Thank you. Welcome one, welcome all, and welcome to TDL Asia 15. My name is Fennec, joined by Angry Sun, and we have our semifinal matchup between Manta Esports and Carstens. And we're into the draft. Manta respecting Maid, banning away the ever important Earth Spirit. Otherwise, bans have been pretty standard. Carstens, they've been liking this DK ban in the games I've seen from them.
You know, I completely respect it as someone who hates Dragon Knight with a passion. They nerfed him, and it was like the slightest little baby nerf slap on the wrist. Like, oh, it's fine, he just slows a little bit less, like later on with the Ags, but very annoying hero. Interesting, they banned the Timbersaw with that too. It could be a Manta specialty. And Timbersaw in general is just a very strong hero at the moment. kind of need a Timber answer, and you can kind of first phase it even if there are Timber answers in the game. Like, it always feels good. So happy to kind of see that ban. On the other side, the Air Spirit, as we said, a Karsten specialty, and Bat Rider, one of the strongest supports right now, funny enough, especially at higher levels. Just being able to kind of blink in lasso, lock down a guy, ensure a potential arrow from a Mirana, who is probably the most popular support right now. Curious to see what Manta wants to kind of ban it out. Maybe the Shadow Demon, I could definitely see very strong as well. Centaur, if they don't want to deal with that. And potentially Chen, if Karsten's is a Chen player, because that hero is obnoxious.
I go for a TB ban. I've been seeing TB4 the last few series, although I don't think it was Karstens that played it yesterday. If I remember correctly, it was the team that was facing them. But either way, 3 support bans basically, because TB is a support now, apparently.
What a world we live in Dota in 2024, where I can't remember. I think it was Sunsfan who said like the big like demon bad guy for your anime. It's just like hit reflection. I'm a support. Like, doesn't feel quite right. But either way, gonna be the Doom ban into probably the best offlaner of the patch. Centaur Warrunner, very very strong. You can skip retaliate and just go full damage. If you want to farm, you can go retaliate. I like just going uber aggressive. Just go 3 points of stomp, 2 points double edge, and just really bring the hurt to them. Not a lot of laners can deal with that, so definitely Manta needs to kind of prioritize some of those laners, which includes probably the Lifestealer is the best example of that, and then potentially ranged heroes as well, although it depends on the ranged hero. But instead going to be the Lion, just be able to catch him outside of the war run. It's a good support counter pick, but it doesn't. I still need to see, like, you got to address this hero on the lane. This hero is too good. You can't let him have a good start.
Yeah, and you were mentioning that Lifestealer pick, but it is something that Karstens likes to favor. Obviously, they're known for doing Lifestealer in combo with a spirit, typically Earth Spirit. So I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to pick that for themselves. Either way, bans coming in. Puck being banned away from the Manta mid laner, I believe that is... his name is escaping me. It's Key, yeah.
I is such a weird hero to me right now, because if you get past like the 15-minute mark, hero is insane. And it makes sense against the Centaur Warrior too. Dream Coil is a really good utility spell to kind of keep people in place when you stampede away. So I like the ban. Potentially maybe want to go for another kind of lock-in place hero as well. Maybe the Naga Siren, although not good in lane against the Centaur, the net is incredibly annoying to deal with. They may, although they don't have pick, but they may be looking towards the Shadow Demon, kind of the classic Centaur Warner pick. So potentially something that does well against the Shadow Demon, I could see. Or potentially like a Kunkka ban or something, if they think Manta's just going to play like Uber team fight and just really lock you into a place. Mars as well.
Yeah, I kind of missed you yesterday because we had 2 or 3 Kunkka games. It was either 2 or 3 Kunkka games. And every single time it was Water Park, which is your absolute favorite, right?
Oh, yes. Love Water Park. All the damage. It's what you got to go nowadays, unfortunately. That we have a meme on this channel, for those who are unaware, about Kunkka, where he does, at a certain point, teams were just picking Kunkka. And Kunkka, if you just do poorly, does nothing in the game, does no damage. We might see that, we may not. Instead, for Manta, we see the Ember Spirit, kind of another example, kind of like the Puck in a sense. Not as good as Coil, but Slight Chain's a very good, like 3-second route on 3 people potentially. When they're running away. And I think a pretty slept on hero. People like their Void Spirits. I know people don't really like playing Ember. Ember's kind of boring to people. He's been around since the old Dota days. But he is very solid, and I really do like him into that side War Runner.
This is also a bit of a pick away from Made. The heroes that he favors the most are obviously Earth Spirit and then Ember Spirit. So, interested to see what Karstens picks up in the mid lane against this.
I would favor. I mean, you can. It's a little risky. The only risky thing about this Ember pickup is that he is very susceptible to a lot of cheese picks. And when you have that 18 pick, you can Huskar him, you can Monkey King him. Those are like the 2 most atrocious matchups. So if I'm Manta, I really want to be ensuring there's a little flex potentially, whether that's like moving him to 1 or what, or you just really, really are prepared to like have another roaming support here and really just try and like dive onto whoever they pick in the mid lane.
Brew Mirana. So, well, since the Centaur's been picked, I guess the question is, we know the offlane is some combination of Brew and Centaur, but which one's 3, which one's 4?
That is a great question. Centaur 4, for people who are a little confused by that, is a hero that was kind of popping off for a little bit at the beginning of the patch. I think the most famous European example being Fishman, because it kind of fits his playstyle. You go and feed, deal a lot of damage. I think it's pretty strong. His spells in general are just really strong, and usually when heroes like this have strong spells and they are playing play supports, it's kind of indicative of a problem. I think I would favor Centaur 4 if we had to choose between that and Brewmaster, just because like I think Brewmaster, he's still very strong, but you really need your like Radiance timing, Midas Radiance, just kind of go in there and be that nuisance. Especially, yeah, against like a Coddle or something. Like you definitely want like a strong Brewmaster this game.
Yeah, and they picked that Life Stealer, which is, I think, as you mentioned, what they wanted to do to deal with the Centaur this game. Manta has 24th pick, so they can do a bit. They have yet to pick a 3, assuming these are all going into typical positions. I don't know, what 3 would you even favor here?
Because like been a lot of the good ones. Sorry.
Because like typically with Coddle, you'd pick something that's like mana reliant, right? But like none of the like super spammy 3s are very good right now. Bristleback obviously is kind of bad. Leshrac not really being played 3, although he's coming back mid. What other like super spell spammy 3s are there? You're not getting like Sand King or anything like that either, right?
They are cooking on the side of Karsten's here. So, I mean, one of these has to go mid, one of these has to go offlane. Which are which? That's the question here. Potentially could be Hoodwink Carry. That would be the next kind of guess here. I think Hoodwink Carry into Ember is really bad. I kind of wanted to see the cheese pick that I was talking about, but Karsten's probably knows better. Maybe they have something more interesting up your sleeve.
I forget, does Made play a Mirana mid? I can't remember. For some reason, I felt like he's played it in the past.
I would. Oh boy.
There's just something in the back of my mind that's like, wait, does Karsten's do Mirana mid, or Mirana core at all?
I mean, they're banning carries, so it is quite possible, and it's not unheard of, but definitely uncommon, and I would say not the best. I think the lane matchup could be pretty good against Ember. Just a ranged hero that kind of right clicks him down. Starstorm, especially if you get the double hit on the stars, always breaks the flame guard. If I have my numbers correct, so I could definitely see that. For the 3s for Manta though, just like a good Coddle pairing. I was gonna say like the Magnus just for more skewerbacks, potentially more whatever the shockwaves. There we go. Slardar I could see as well. I hate that I'm suggesting Kunkka, but honestly, Water Park with the Coddle refreshing the cooldowns is really good, being able to spam them more often. So that's maybe where I would lean, especially against the Stampede, and it's good against Broodlings.
I mean, they do have a lot of damage between Lifestealer and Ember, so it's not like they'll be missing it with a pure utility 3. Although, I mean, typically if you're saving your 3 for your last pick, you want to do something a little bit out there. I mean, so typically when I see a Razor into a Lifestealer, you lane the Razor into the Lifestealer, right? But there's no way that, like, this is like Hoodwink or Mirana 1, right?
I mean, there's ways.
Razor 1.
There's definitely ways, but I think the matchup is good enough. Enigma, okay.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, so Leon Baby Centaur, so that's 3. That's a made Brew, so it's Brew mid. And then Hoodwink 4, Mirana 5, and then Woo's on the Razor.
And you said Woo's the carry, right? Just so
yeah, Woo's the carry, yeah. And then Leon Baby is the 3.
Okay, mid Brew, yeah. Okay. I think the Razor, like, carry-to-carry matchup, I think if you can ever get the link on Lifestealer, obviously, like, a Razor is definitely, like, a gotcha, in a sense. Though I suspect that if the initiation starts and Razor's getting jumped on, especially with Black Hole, it's definitely going to be a really tricky fight. It's a battle of the initiations, and I to some extent favor the Stampede team. But then I see Brewmaster mid, and that kind of throws a lot out the window. I mean, it's a lot of team fight. I have question marks. I mean, he's a beefy boy that could potentially not get bullied by the Ember. Ember might not have enough damage. I don't know. It's definitely God. I don't know how to feel about either of these drafts. I looks like a battle of the team fights. I'm gonna favor Black Hole just barely. They don't have like any cancels for Black Hole. They don't have any BKB piercing, especially. So, um, if you just buy a BKB, blink in, get a good Black Hole on the Razor before he can do anything, it seems like a one fight. But this Brew Master mid is definitely a big wild card and question mark.
I mean, like, because like that's the thing is like, if it's one thing I remember about Made is that like he favors those two spirits, and then the rest of his hero pool is kind of just weird, right? So, Brewmaster, like, this is why I was like, wait, does he play like Mirana mid or what have you? But I don't know. It feels like there's potential to potentially win the lane versus Ember, right? Because they picked this into the Ember Spirit. So
yeah, they wanted it. They said this is the matchup we want.
well, I'm just trying to think like how do you even proc Cinderbrew though? In the first couple levels. Like how are you gonna be able to pressure the Ember out?
I'm curious the damage numbers here, because Flame Guard, it's all about the breakpoints when you play against Ember. So Embers nowadays are maxing Flame Guard. They were doing this much more commonly when Shiva's was more broken. Shiva's is still good, and people will still go up. You don't go it as quick, but beside the point, Flame Guard's usually max nowadays just because it does the most damage, gives you the most survivability. It's 210 at level 3 Flame Guard. If I go to Cinder Brew, assuming he's maxing that, 240 total of neg damage, now minus the magic resistance and all that good stuff. In the Thunderclap, let's say he goes like 2-3, he'll proc the Cinder Brew with level 1 Thunderclap, no questions. It's just a question of, does he break the shield? That's what I don't know, honestly. I assume if Mate's picking this and he like knows the matchup, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that, especially early levels, he's going to kind of bully out the Ember and then hope to kind of snowball the lane after. But honestly, like this seems like a volatile lane, and I feel like supports have to be from both sides, just like keeping an eye out and ready to rotate like at a moment's notice.
Yeah, it does seem a little bit weird. At the same time, so like something I was noticing about Karstens last night is that this is a team that likes playing for picks typically, but also it seems to me that like if Made falls behind, it becomes difficult for them, and then they kind of start playing a bit defensively. Well, like Made is like their big playmaker, but at the same time, it's like Made doesn't do like a lot of farming and recovering his game. Like he still tries to play for picks. So I'm a little bit interested to see what happens if this Brew falls behind, because I think Made is the type of player that will still go for these types of picks. But Manta's a team that doesn't really get punished by pick all that much. Just like as a team, they typically play the map very effectively. So I'm wondering how Karstens' like pick style is going to work up against team fight or this team fight comp from Manta.
It's all about, I think, yeah, it's going to be driven by supports. Mirana, Hoodwink, very aggressive support lane duos here. You've got, or most importantly, the stun arrow into the arrow. That's going to be the stomp into the arrow, which is the most important thing. As I really thought these smokes were going to connect, potentially still.
And May pushes up on the high ground. Razor here with the static link. Yeah, there's nothing Gohan can do.
No, L. Out of range.
Or plasma field, not static link. Yeah, I mean, this is like the standard don't put your one right on top of your rune at the start of the game. I think they saw the smoke pop between Key and Made, and they thought that, you know, there was like a defensive start from Karstens, and that's why they were okay with it. But the wraparound came in from Karstens, and easy first blood. Who actually got that? It was Leon Baby. So not going to feel all that great for the Lifestealer.
Yeah, I mean, bad for the Lifestealer. I mean, I'm always a mid player, and Leon was like just barely out of range of the Thunderclap. I think he greeted it out a little bit. Sorry, Made, excuse me. So wasn't able to get the quicker bottle. So, you know, he'll have to kind of have a normal bottle timing against Ember. But yeah, I think back to kind of what I was saying a little bit earlier. I think if the supports can kind of dictate the tempo of the pickoffs, kind of play the map, let the cores greed it up a little bit. Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how Brewmaster ever rotates when he doesn't have Primal Split. So every 140 seconds, he's gonna make a move on the map, and then after that, probably be pretty greedy. So let the Mirana Hoodwink kind of make moves after you pressure your lanes, and then potentially never let the Enigma get a good black hole. That's I'm guessing what their theory is on this and read on this game is.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen Kimuzu play kind of these team fighting threes before. That said, specifically, Enigma isn't one that we've actually seen a whole lot of recently. Like last time he was like being played a bit, he was mostly being played in the support role. So I'm interested what the logic was behind the Enigma 3, because it seems after they nerfed Eidolons that his laning just hasn't been nearly as good as a core.
So interestingly, they don't lane the Enigma with the Coddle. I mean, it makes sense in a way. Like the Enigma doesn't really need the mana refresh. I would potentially argue that Malefice double Maleficing is pretty good. Instead, they're gonna go for the Coddle Lifestealer lane. Lifestealer doesn't really need any help in this lane against Centaur. To be fair, like he's got Feast, and once he has more points on that, he's gonna really be able to kind of lay into the Centaur and potentially punish him. It's really gonna be on the Karsten's off lane to kind of get kills early on, especially with Leon Baby going 1-1 like this. Like they really want to try and catch the Coddle out with Bushwhack and then into the Stomp double edge.
Yeah. I mean, again, I still think it's a little bit like the Razor went 1, and I think the Razor and a Lifestealer matchup is always going to be Razor favored. But typically, you pick that matchup for the lane, as Jotun spends some time dying bot side. Eris found 9-shot top though, so Trader supports. But yeah, Kimizu's just not having a great time in the CS denies here. Just once again, the Eidolon nerfs make this lane a lot more difficult for the Enigma than it used to be, right? You can't deny these range creeps anymore.
Yeah, and you get some of Plasma Field. I was also gonna say, like, it also incentivizes what's the farming build for Razor. Sometimes Razors have to go more static link points to kind of fight the lane, and then they're not as strong farming later on. But you want to clear Eidolons every time you can. So once he'll get that 4 point of Plasma Field, and then transition to the jungle a lot easier. I like the Enigma pick for the game, but maybe they're overestimating the strength of this hero early, especially with Lion, who, I mean, he's taken some laning nerfs. He's not the like strongest laner nowadays anymore. He's still very good, but the mana drain's not going to do that much against Mirana Leaps.
Still mid lane. Mate's actually having a great time of it. You were talking about that Cinder Brew into Flame Guard. It looks like he's getting through the shield pretty effectively and ending up ahead on these trades. So Key's having a rough time of it, and Made, I mean, he has quite a bit of mastery on the Ember Spirit, so he knows this matchup pretty well, I'd have to imagine.
I think he knows his hero pretty well. I don't know if I've ever seen a Brew mid, so I wouldn't blame him for not knowing too much. It looks like what Made's doing is he's going the Cinder Brew Max, as I kind of thought he would, but he's putting himself on the Void Brawler that gives him movement speed slow when you attack. So it looks like he's just trying to really keep him in auto attack range as much as he can. It's working pretty well here, honestly. Good for Made, man. I mean, I just don't know what you do after 5 minutes, but I mean, he's bullying the Ember, so already getting off to a good start, like you were saying. Yeah.
I mean, CS is still favoring the Ember ever so slightly, but in terms of health, the Ember is feeling quite a bit better. Actually, if you take a look at all lanes, except for top, CS is up, especially this bot lane for Manta, 8-9 CSD at 430, and Leon Baby is losing the health war as well.
I mean, this is exactly what I wanted. You really have to punish this Centaur pick, especially if they're not going to flex its support. Like, pick the Lifestealer, let him go max Feast. Although, ooh!
Nah, Judden's got the save.
Very close. Instead, Kimizu. Ooh. The max Plasma Field, man. I actually took a point in the static link with the Storm Surge, so really looking to just punish the Eidolons. Yeah, this is... laning stage is not going that great for Karstens at the moment here.
Or for Manta, you mean?
Yes, thank you, actually. It was a Manta glitch, right. So they had a lead, but kind of faltering a little bit here.
Yeah.
And it looks like Razor's gonna have the raindrops too, which is gonna help a lot into the Malefice. Tricky.
Yeah. The good news for Kimizu is that this large wave that crashed on the tower, he only lost 1 creep from it in terms of experience, so he's not going to be too mad about it. So take a look mid. Key hits level 6 first. Just clears the wave a little bit faster, and going to do the Ember Spirit Cheater recall at the start.
Well played. Outplayed in the mid lane here. Very annoying on this year. He actually, I think, realizing that, yeah, this guy's going to pop my Fling Bird auto points, going the max light. Trying to be a little more aggressive in lane, as we see him also do the Cheater rune guarantee. Gotta love Ember Spirit, man. This is why a hero is so good, I think, like, no matter what. Like, he gets this Arcane Boot rune, and he can actually make rotations. Yes, he needs Searing Chains, I think, to be super effective, but look for him to make a move in the next minute here once he hits level 7.
Meanwhile, bot side made. I mean, he's got the Primal Splits, making his way down bot. Walking fast, because he's Brew, and he has a lot of movement speed. 398. But unfortunately for him, the gank doesn't quite work out, and he has to go back mid.
Yeah, just trying to be in position in case any opportunity arises. Lifestealer, I think, mind you, is going to be really hard to gank. He only has 1 point of rage, but even still, you have to catch him, which I think is going to be really hard unless you really kind of dive the tower. I suppose you could go top. That would probably be where I'd go. Try and get the Enigma before he hits level 6. But I'm really curious to see what he kind of how he ends up finding impact on the map.
Well, smoke and immediate pops. I know Kimizu's farming their jungle. Incoming Cinder Brew. Kimizu tries to TP out of the way, and oh my god, the tree blocked it. Or the Eidolon blocked it.
That was sick micro there to guarantee the Mirana stun.
Okay.
Well done by Kimizu. I don't think he had time to Primal Split. I was thinking that, I was like, can he Primal Split? It takes a little bit of the channel, so, and I understandably, like, you don't want to waste it like that against just one Enigma. Like, you ideally want to try and get a good team fight out of it. And Ember this entire time just very happy to just farm his camps, guarantee the next wave, and really kind of favoring the slower paced game we have going on here.
Yeah, baby found Jotun. Bot side. Lots of very small pauses happening. It makes my secondary job as timekeeper very difficult.
You have to start stop time in between.
Pretty much.
Oh, gross.
I typically don't start a timer until it's been a few seconds. Leo maybe gets bot, and Ordeon will be next to fall. 2 TPs coming in though. Q takes him out. Remnants away. Let's
he might die here though.
Slight comes in. Made unable to get the Cinder Brew connection, and Key does not get hit by the arrow. Remnants away. Looks for 9-shot still. Jotun's here. Gets him with the slight.
God.
Made's around. The chains land. He still has the Primal Splits available to him, but I don't think he's going to be able to channel it effectively. Gets a Cinder Brew out. Leon Baby's here, but doesn't actually have level 6, so no points in the Stampede. He's just gunning for Made now.
It's the power of... Oh, still more action, actually. Okay, no, just a little bit of a get him away there blast. It's really the power of this Ember Spirit and this phase boot timings with the Searing Chains. Like, you're able to make these really aggressive moves, and kind of like really extend your advantage in your aggression here. And it's the downside of the Brewmaster I was talking about. Like, he doesn't want to pop Primal Split unless it's a really good Primal Split. So what are you really doing in these engagements unless you like TP in right away and like catch him beforehand? Just it's a really awkwardly how you play it. Like, he did well in the lane like the first 5 minutes, but how you play the map from here on out, I don't see a place for this hero right now.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit awkward. Move's being made mid. Jotun's around. Doesn't quite get the Illuminate out as Made makes the rotate bot. Looks like they might be able to find the Life Stealer, potentially. Because Jotun was mid. This will be 3v1. And Gohan doesn't have a point in Infest, so he doesn't really have any escape. should be a pretty cut and dry way out. Tries to enrage it off, getting away from the Cinder Brew, but can only live for so long, and Maid ends up picking up the kill. As Eris gets 9-shot topside. Or mid.
Oh, beat him on the rune battle, and is gonna get secure the. God, it blends in with the remnant, the haste rune, which another really powerful one in Ember. I mean, yeah, looking at the net worth, like this brewmaster keeping pace, but you can definitely feel like his impact on the other lanes here, which actually are going pretty well, kind of off the back of Enigma having a rough time. As is Vlad's now, so he's just gonna be AFK farming. Anyone who comes to his lane, Carsen's quickly realizing, like, yeah, this guy's gonna black hole and kill whoever comes here, so just let him kind of do his thing, hit the tower, and then leave him on an island here, so to say.
Top lane island? What game is this?
It feels like League with how this is being played. Did actually, in all that time as well, get the bot tower, so Carsen's from here on out just going to look to play aggressive. Haven't seen a primal split this game. That's the one big kind of thing I've been looking for, so curious when Maid's going to feel like it's a good time to do it. Maybe the mid lane here in the next couple of minutes. Maybe once he has the Orchid with that as well. Very, very interested to see how he wants to utilize that spell.
Jotun gets caught out. As the tower gets taken topside. So, I mean, taking a look at the net worth, top to bottom is only about 600 gold at 11 minutes. So, nothing major in terms of advantages there. And Key's trying to take some stacks right now, but he might be in a little bit of trouble. Incoming the plasma field, but neither of the stuns hit, and he's able to take the stack camp just fine.
Oh, potentially forcing the SG here. Look for Maid of this potential team fight. Again, Primal Split's gonna be the big spell here for both teams.
Here comes the plasma field. Key's pretty low. Incoming the Primal Split. Gonna try to chase on a Jotun as Rodian's looking for the sharpshooter. Able to get the break back down into the arrow. 9-shot, leaps forward. Picks him up with the Star Storm as Jotun keeps running away from the Primal Splits, but Gohan's here now. Maid continues to run. Doesn't have the BKB Panda quite yet. Kimizu's around. Has the ultimate available to him, but he's getting a lot of CC. Ends up going down as the Stampede comes around. Maid gets out after the splits recombine, and with that, Manta lose 2. Karsten's unable, or don't lose anyone, I should say.
This is a really good arrow connection onto the Ember to catch off probably the highest net worth hero in the game. And is potentially going to lead in tower.
They're going to continue to chase for this tower. 3-man on the chains. They don't have the Stampede to get away from this right now. They're onto the Brewmaster. They get him back in with a blinding light, and Gohan ends up picking up that kill.
And
he's continuing. I mean, Leon Baby doesn't have ult anymore. Rhodion's here, so is 9-shot. Great bushwhack. Sharpshooter for the kill.
Man.
I mean, that's just way too opportunistic from Key, I think. Have to respect the supports coming back online when they just made the play to control you in the last team fight.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of frustration coming from Ember. Really wanted to make something after he got caught out there. I mean, they even get the tower denied on them, so they're not going to get that tower gold. And I think taking mid tower nowadays, like, it's still good. It's still one of the better towers, but honestly, these side lane towers being able to invade the Ancients are almost equally as valuable. So I gotta say, like, I think Karsten's in general is playing pretty well cleanly here, really trying to force their aggression on the map. And with Centaur Blink Dagger now, and he's on the 4-4-1 build, 4-4-0-1, excuse me. They're looking to get aggressive.
Smoked out. On to Gohan. There really is absolutely nothing he can do about that. And loses his support for it as well. They did commit the Stampede in the Moonlight, but I think they're totally okay with that. As Wu was very low from taking that Ancient Camp.
The classic tale of carry greed coming out there. I mean, yeah, really, really well done again. And I just wanted to see them continuing to keep the pressure up here. Obviously, get farm where you can. Carsen, just continue to kind of build your net worth advantage that way as well. Looks like potential moves on Ember top.
Kimizu's got Blink now, though, so maybe Mance wants to take a fight, but instead, I mean, the Blink Stomp and an Arrow, it's just, this is one of those games where as the Ember, it feels really bad, and it also feels like you need a BKB after going this Mage Slayer first. Instead, he's going to go for the farming, though, going for the Maelstrom.
Yeah, I've been in this situation before. You don't want to go the BKB. You feel like you have no damage against the Centaur, but at some point you have to find the damage elsewhere. I think Lifestealer is going to have to supplement a lot of that with this Radiance timing, and potentially this Enigma, who has played very greedy, and he's got to pay it back forward at some point.
Well, I do catch him with the Lion, so finger stack and some extra gold going the way of Manta. As I mentioned, Kimizu's got the blink timing, now building in a BKB, but the blink should make it easier to counter-engage in some of these fights. Gohan in trouble. Kimizu's looking for the black hole on the side, but doesn't really find a good one and leaves his Lifestealer out to die. Blinks away. Jotan caught out a bit. As Eris continues to run. TP's out.
Okay, Manta the Illusion. I was like, or Orchid of the Illusion. I was like, where did that come from? Looks like Manta again. I think at this point for them, you got to kind of rely on this like BKB timing from the Enigma and trying to find a good fight. I feel like Karsten's is kind of picking you apart all over the map. And you, with this Ember being in the dirt, don't really have the damage. The downside of the Mage Slayer build nowadays, like, does not deal nearly the amount of damage. More of like a get tempo, get ahead kind of build. So we'll see if they can kind of stem the bleeding, keep the net worth relatively down. I mean, it's kind of ballooning right now. It was 3K a minute ago, up to 4K and
they're back
potentially
onto
5K.
the Ember. They've got him with all the crowd control and the silences as well, but Key getting saved actually by some invisibility from support. In comes the blink, but the follow-up from the Lion. They're able to get two-man stun. In comes a sharpshooter, but they're able to keep the Ember alive, and in comes Kimizu. Beautiful black hole finds both of the important cores of the fight, and Made keeps trying to run away, but he will not be long for the world. Either way, goes down. Key with the double kill. Kimizu will trade his life for it. No, he has a stick. 2 kills go in the way of Manta, and they're in the important cores here too. They're right back up with their cores in terms of net worth. They might find Rodion as well at the end. Wu's making his way in, but he's caught in a solar bind. Rodion, a couple more auto attacks will do in the hoodwink as Wu continues to run away, caught by the chains. In comes the slight, down goes the hoodwink, down goes the razor, and just like that, the game's back to even.
That was an absolutely massive, almost, I would say, game-saving black hole coming out from Kimizu, who, I mean, honestly, he's been playing greedy. Like, he's trying to play for his timings, really trying to kind of get himself ahead and really put himself in a good position in this game. And he pays it forward for his team there, just really, again, saving the game and kind of leaving a lot of the pressure here. And it's going to make Karsten's think twice, though. I think they should just keep... God.
Down goes Nitron. I was going to say, to me, it's more of a game-saving Earth Spike, right? Because the Earth Spike was, following the Centaur Stomp, was good enough to save the Ember and buy enough time for the Black Hole to come in.
Was a really sick Earth Spike, too, I will agree with you.
Because I don't think the Black Hole happens without that Earth Spike.
No, I would, I think I would agree with you. I think Karsten's at this point, like, I feel like they shouldn't be too afraid. I mean, the big team, bad team fights while Black Hole is used. I think you just keep playing the pickoffs, keep trying to play for the arrows and the stomps and all that good stuff. Looks like they're kind of sending people mid, potentially for the Ember. 3 people top, the Lion.
Blink Hex, the Earth Spike, Kimizu's around, gets the Malefice out, and Leon Baby wants none of that smoke. In comes Made, though, because the Cinder Brew out and claps, but has no CC to get the Lion. Unfortunately, I'm experiencing a little bit of network lag, so it is getting a bit difficult to cast, but hopefully it goes away.
I have to say, I'm really, really, really liking how Mance's playing this now. Just keep trying to play for the timings. Keep trying to stem the aggression here from Karsten's, because Karsten's an aggressive team in general here. I mean, Made went his Orchid build timing, which I'm liking Orchid on a lot of mints nowadays, but I think on Brewmaster, you're not going to have that farming capability, so you're going to see him kind of slip down the network chart slowly but surely, especially if he's not getting kills. So again, if you're Karsten's, you just have to keep kind of fighting. And if you're Manta, just keep expecting that, sitting supports behind cores that are in dangerous positions, and just don't get caught out too many times. It's going to happen, just don't get, like, destroyed.
Black Hole's back up in 5 seconds. Karsten's is moonlighted, but Kimizu smells something going on and makes his way out. Mate's coming in. So his 9-shot, but he's able to TP without being caught on vision. Black Hole's back up, so Manta can look for another team fight. So is Primal Split. Mate is a mid that I noticed doesn't really like farming. Like, even if there's farm available on the map, typically he'll try to do something in a side wave and try to create pressure that way. Or go for fights. So when he's playing from behind, I'm curious as to how he intends to get this Radiance if he's not able to make any sort of plays right now.
Yeah, that's a, a very good question. He's probably going to be catching mid waves in between his rotations around to the side lanes. I think they really need to, even though Black Hole's back up, like, I think with Black Hole being the dominant teamfight spell, like, you can't really wait around too much on the side of Karsten's. Any timings that are super big, maybe the Razor BKB, I'd be as long as I would wait. You're kind of as strong as you can get, especially, I mean, Leon Babe's not going anything scaling. He's going a 4-staff, so really understanding, like, we have to fight now. We have to get the best items in this moment to take good fights.
Yep. Karsten's trying to defend the Wisdom Rune. In comes the Stampede. Key picks it up. And even if he dies there, that's totally worth it. Right, guys? Right, guys? Right, guys? No, the Blinding Light comes in to the Infest Bomb. Mate has all his pandas out, and they're able to get away with the Remnant. Gohan continuing to move on a Leon Baby. Takes down the Centaur, but he will trade his life for it. The Primal Split's hunting supports right now. Come back and recombine. Ends up being 2 kills for 1 in favor of Karsten's. They lose their wisdom for it, though. So, Pog for Manta? Pog?
Pog? No, definitely not. You lose your life stealer, which I don't think Gohan should have died, but, you know, just maybe potentially being a little too aggressive there. It was a really good reaction time by Manta in general. The Yules by Key and then the Earth Spike by Line really just probably expecting the Karstens to try and fight for their Wisdom Room with no one showing. But Karstens even still, like, really get the important targets there, get the life stealer, like I said, and can potentially, again, just keep looking for fights. No Primal Split, but...
I mean, Kimizu's got BKB now, too.
Yeah. I think you can't, like I said, I think you can't put your foot off the gas if you're Karstens. You have to kind of look for the pressure points, look for these pickoffs. And Manta, kind of a key to wear this, like Phoenix said, smoking up on 3 behind the Ember Spirit. Could potentially look to invade the triangle here. Or potentially go on the Mirana that they see mid with the Primal.
I mean, once again, Kimizu's got the BKB. In comes the Stampede. They're moving in, but they have no idea Kimizu's in the wings quite yet. Pops the BKB. Looks for the way into the Black Hole. Not going to go for it yet. Here's the blink. The Black Hole only lands onto the Centaur, but that is good enough for the kill onto Gohan's. Wu's making his way into the fight, though. Got some Plasma Field. Has a static link on Gohan's. He needs to be able to lifesteal to get back into the fight, but no. He still goes down, and thus far, 2 cores are dead. Made getting chased upon by the Ember Spirit. He will go down. Key goes dominating, but it's 3-4-2 in favor of Karsten's, and Wu, importantly, still has their 1 up.
Oh, sick blink. He was like milliseconds away from dying. I mean, I feel like Manta there just really trying to force something out of nothing.
He might be caught. He doesn't have remnants for another 9 seconds, so he has to fight this. Has the flame guard. Remnants away.
Would have been disastrous. I think if Ember Spirit died there, as it was almost disastrous for Manta anyway. I think they really they saw the mid play. They felt like they had Black Hole BKB. That was their timing. They had to kind of rush something, and they just don't get the best Black Hole, honestly. Like, only onto the Centaur is not going to win them the team fight like that, especially with the the Karsten's Razor being so strong. Like, he's just going to be a monster in these fights if you let him run around with his BKB.
Yeah. BKB, Maelstrom going Manta now. Sitting pretty. We'll say, come the Ultra late game, Lifestealer still, I think, is going to be better than Razor, just generally speaking, but he might be in trouble. Collapse coming in from Karsten's. Nah, he's Ember. He's fine.
Yeah, I think the Razor Lifestealer matchup is interesting because I think Lifestealer as a hero does generally scale better than a Razor, but Razor's kind of like a weird like anti-carry hero where matchups are like sometimes irrelevant if he gets really good static links, and then if he goes the refresher and he has 12-second BKB with double static link, like I think the team fights get a little squishy. I think on the side of Manta, the big spell here again is Black Hole. They have no cancels. BKB Black Hole is going to be king of this game if they can find good ones. It's going to be up to Carstens to split away, and importantly, it's going to be onto Leon Baby to really find good stampedes, make sure he's not caught out early on, make sure he doesn't have to pop it early. Just really keep the team separated and keep them not grouped at all for getting 5-man Black Hold.
Yeah. And again, it's just Black Hole, Chronosphere, these types of abilities. One can be enough to change the course of the game, so you have to always play around it.
That's why I hate this Enigma hero. So scary.
Well, weirdly enough, this Hoodwink has the same net worth as the Centaur. That is actually where their gold lead is right now, is on this Hoodwink.
God, going the... I think it's right. That's the gross part with how greedy supports are having to play nowadays. Going the Gleipnir, so he's going to supplement a lot of damage that they're lacking potentially in their draft from this Brewmaster, who does have Radiance, so I mean, that's going to be quite a bit, but just not as much as, say, like an Ember Spirit mid.
Gleipnir Mage Slayer. So Black Hole's still up for Manta as they start this Roche. They have been spotted out. Eris gets caught by the arrow. In comes the Infest, though. Will they have the bomb in time? The Stampede's around. A self-Yules from Eris. He's trying to get away from these Primal Splits as the buybacks come in from both supports for Manta. Carstens continuing to move. Find the way on to Jotun, keep it to the light. Gets a blinding light out. The Infest bomb lands back onto Leon Baby. They should be able to get the kill onto the Centaur, but in comes the Black Hole, and it's beautiful! Finds both the cores remaining in the fight, and Wu is very low, no way left, but the turnaround! I didn't even see where the damage source came from. I think it was just a plasma field and the low health bars. And Carstens actually wins the fight, despite losing 2 of their cores off the start.
The power of not only Plasma Field, which did a little bit, but Gleipnir Hoodwink, baby. Maelstrom procs going everywhere. My God.
Oh, she did the most damage in that fight. Holy crap.
By a lot, too. That's what I was saying. Like, it's the power of the Gleipnir procs, the power of just being able to get good bush vibes, good acorn shots. Like, this hero is a monster. I mean, she's more farm than a Centaur. Move out the way, Centaur. You want a Force Staff? You're a support now. Get out of here.
That was a beautiful Black Hole, too. Like, it was exactly the fight Manta wanted. And, like, I thought it went their way, and then all of a sudden I had network lag, and then they were all dead. Like... I'm still confused.
They have the same last hit. Are we sure? It was Centaur last hitting in lane, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's their 3.
I want to make like super clear here because this Hoodwink's kind of popping off right now. Going a Crystallis. My God, I'm just ready to carry the team fight there.
You ever see a 3x wards?
Yeah, that's true. They don't know what the ward button is. That's a good point. Any core player, in fairness.
So shall we play America's favorite game now, since this is the first time there's a significant gold lead in the game?
Oh God. Okay. So there's always the Enigma factor, and what I call that is that Dota Plus really likes these big team fight spells, the biggest in the game being, of course, Black Hole. But it is a 10k gold lead. I will say gold leads don't matter as much as they used to. Let's say like 70-30 Carstens is what Dota Plus is saying, and it's probably where I close to lean, if it doesn't say it.
79-21 Carstens.
Oh, I was going to say 80-20. I mean, okay. I think that with Black Hole, you always have to give Manta a lot of credence here. Again, going the Ags as well, so really understanding that like we just have to dump so much damage to this Black Hole. They were honestly like, I think like 500 HP or less on every hero in that Black Hole. So if he just had a little more damage with that Aghanims, definitely they secure that fight. But the question is Carstens going to let you kind of land a beautiful one like that? You got last fight. They're probably going to just keep looking for pickups. They keep looking to really squeeze your map down. It's going to be on these heroes like Key to kind of keep pushing the lanes out and just buy Enigma time to get his item timings and kind of honestly carry them from here on out.
Mirana's dead top, but 2 TPs coming in. Make that 3. Gohan gonna enrage TP out. Leon baby tries to get the Stampede. So they'll be able to trade back onto the Lion, but that's tower damage, lots of TPs, and an ult committed.
It also drew all of Karsten's stops, so I really love that play by Gohan's there. Um, okay, I thought he almost got caught. I was gonna cast her,
No,
cast her
he
curse on
has
there.
enrage. His name is Lifestealer. All right.
That is true. That is true. Um, yeah, I mean, while you have everybody, it makes sense here. I like it by Karsten to kind of go mid here. You have to force the issue, especially when you have Aegis. Um, it says, I mean, mind you, your tower damage when you're not primal splitted is poor. I would say is like a generous term for that. Let's say very bad. Um, but they're gonna get the tier twos. I don't really want to see them go high ground. Probably just keep getting tier twos. Most likely bot, and then kind of go from there. Maybe catch out Lifestealer top. Maybe. I don't know. He
Well, they're
seems
smoking
hard.
for him. You guys had an infest onto the siege creep though. So the smoke goes bot. They'll find Kimizu. Or will they? The smoke doesn't pop. Oh, they're gonna miss him completely. They could have had the
Go for
black
the-
hole boy. Instead, they're only gonna be able to get this lion and potentially the Jotun as well. So I got both supports.
All right. Can we talk about talents real quick and like how dumb some of them are? So Brew has this 15 talent, the 1x brewed up multiplier for Drunken Brawler, going to guarantee a lot of crits for the Brewmaster, and it kind of led to that kill on the Coddle. Just overall stupid talent. I don't know why it exists, but either way, they're actually going to look to break high ground on Karstens, which feels risky in a black hole. Although they are splitting very beautifully for it.
Oh, and he has Ags. He was greeting for this Ags too. So, Ags, here comes the smoke. They're playing on the high ground. Liam Baby on the side. In comes the BKB, the black hole.
No one
Doesn't hit anybody at all, and Kimizu is reeling from that. They spaced absolutely perfectly for it, and Manta's gonna pay the price. He continuing on this fight, though. Pops the BKB himself. In comes a sharpshooter. They find the stuns on a Gohan. He can't enrage himself to get out of that as Leon Baby dives onto the Coddle. He's able to get him, but Wu's pretty low. Goes back into the Aegis of the Immortals. The Infest is here. Key might be looking for the bomb. Comes in with a slight. Are they going to play for it? Gets the chains out. Key. Another slight. In comes the bomb. They're able to take down another person. It's the Hoodwink this time around. And now Leon Baby's pretty low. Wu's pretty low. Manta, despite not getting the black hole, might be doing it, but instead, in comes the Sacred Arrow. Gohan still goes down. The health bars are really low from Karstens, but at the end of the day, they only lose one and they kill 3.
Oh, what a swing and a miss from Manta there. And I really thought it was going to be game if Karstens kind of played their cards right. Luckily for Manta, I mean, Key really popped off on that fight, really trying to get a lot of good slide chains. Lifestealer, Infest Bomb as well, being delivered onto the right target. And keeps them alive at the very least, or it kind of delays the game a little bit longer. Again, you have the ultimate team fight spell in Enigma, but Karstens, I mean, they know what they're doing. That splitting was beautiful, so you're going to have to kind of be a little clever, trying to get some backstabs if you want to get a good one, I think. Because that was a rough one, I'm going to be real.
Yeah, and this core Hoodwink is absolutely monstrous right now. Support Hoodwink. Did I mention her net worth is higher than both her 3 and the enemy position 3 now? And is almost the same as the enemy mid.
It's a data list that she has, by the way. I was trying to like find the courier here. Oh yeah, so data list Hoodwink. It says this is not support anymore. I don't care how these lanes started.
4 cores from Karstens. That is very difficult to deal with. Gohan doing Lifestealer things.
I mean, I think for Karstens at this point, you have to get the bot or the top tier 2, and then probably wait till I don't know. I don't know if you want to give them a lot of time. I always hate giving Enigma teams time, but you don't have to necessarily have to rush it with this network lead, especially. And yeah, you see they're drawing the line, so get the tier 2, then potentially look for some pickoffs, get the next Aegis, and potentially look to wrap this game up with either a pickoff or the Aegis. And if you're Manta, again, it's all about Kimi Yu, and it's all about the Enigma.
Well, the arrow misses. Arrow still gets caught out. Just on the side. They end up losing the lion for it. The 4 staffs on Josun. He is infested. So they got the lion, but an immediate smoke out, and Enigma once again has black hole. I mean, here's the thing. If you land the perfect black hole infest, it's just a 1 fight, no matter what. And they get it onto the 1 core that they need to. So down goes the Razor. They're going to try to continue this fight. Down the lion. The Enigma should fall here, because a good bushwhack hit landed, and there's a lot of damage coming in from Rodion. Lose the other support as well. I mean, it prevented the high ground push, but still, it's 2 cores versus 4 members. Blink, Centaur Stomp, in comes the Leap, in comes the Primal Split. An infest onto one of the pandas, though. Is that
Yeah,
a bit of damage on the Earth Panda, too?
Look how much building damage it does. Holy.
Plus the BKB, he actually continues. Rodion's forward. Actually, if you kill the Hoodwink, it's kind of major. But no, let us hold the high ground. Cinderbrew comes out. Lifestealer, orchid it up. Buyback from the Coddle as 9-shot gets infested. That Aghanim Scepter actually might be a key here.
It's kind of the, I don't know if I want to call it like the classic Enigma problem. I think part of the reason why Enigma potentially hasn't seen a lot of play either is you get really strong 4s. I mean, as you see here, Hoodwink has Gleipnir Daedalus, for God's sake. Like, you can't hit everybody. And if you hit just the Razor like that, like, it's not just the Razor that has the net worth at this point that you have to, that deals the damage that you have to worry about. This Brewmaster with this crit with the Radiance Orchid, Oxray now, Jesus. Like, he hits really hard. Centaur still hits pretty decently hard with the double edges every 4 seconds. Hoodwink has Daedalus, like I said, near SA more. Like, you have to hit all these in a fight, otherwise or in a black hole, otherwise the fight's lost. But they're never gonna give it with how they're spacing. So, I don't know what the answer is. I think it's gonna take a Karsten's throw at this point because I don't know. I think Karsten's has played this one beautifully, especially against the black hole. Really done a really good job with their spacing.
Yeah. I mean, Manta, they had like some good opportunities this game, but it just feels like they weren't able to capitalize them nearly as much, or Karstens wouldn't let them capitalize them on it as much. Some notes from the other series today. That one ended up in a forfeit because the Immortal, unfortunately, would have had to play with 2 stand-ins, which they didn't want to do, and is also against the rules. So, instead, D-Roar moving on to the finals. So the winner of this game, we already know who they're facing, and that is D-Roar.
And we'll see which of these teams can scrape it out. It looks like Karsten's walking, kind of marching into a
Leon baby
win here.
Moving in, Gohan with the infest bomb. In comes the black hole. They find the panda. They find the Razor, but they're unable to kill him. And in fact, he's able to live through all of that. Eris, he's sucking the mana completely dry. Wu goes down. But 2 cores are dead from Manta. It's just Gohan's versus the world, and unfortunately for him, that Lifestealer, even if he's able to infest enemies, can't do a whole lot when the entirety of Karsten's is on him. Able to enrage TP out, but 4 for 1 in favor of Karsten's. I mean, like, literally that was the perfect black hole for them. They find or not the perfect, but as good as they're gonna get. They find the Razor, they find all the Brewling Primal bits, and they're still unable to capitalize on it because they just run out of damage, and Karsten's has way more.
Oh, almost got the arrow too.
Leon, baby. Blink Stomp. In comes Eris, the Earth Spike. Gohan trying to get the rage off. Gets the infest on a Leon, baby. And swaps the infest to his own creep. 11 seconds on the Enigma. 30 seconds on the mid. Got the dieback on the Lion now.
It's looking bad. They might get 1 more on the side of Manta, although with Black Hole on cooldown and Lifestealer. Oh, God.
Yeah, that's over.
Yeah.
GG called.
Yeah, there.
Karsten's taking game number 1 up against Manta. Grant you, it is a 3-game series, and we were question marking this Brewmaster pick, but honestly, it worked out very well for them. They were able to play around it. And Hoodwink, they're gonna need to ban that next game, I think.
Yeah, that was gross. I honestly I think Manta had a lot of really good moments in this fight, or in this game 1. I think that they really had a lot of opportunities as well, but honestly, I think what killed them was that missed black hole mid. Unfortunately, they kind of needed it. They needed like a good black hole, weren't able to find it, and it's kind of how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Sometimes you just get outplayed, and Karstens just kind of runs over the map. We'll see if they can kind of pull it into game 2.
With that, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, Karstens versus Manta, game number 2. Welcome all, and welcome back to the TDL Asia 15 semifinal matchup between Manta Esports and Karstens. My name is Fennec, joined by Angry Sun and Karstens. They won game number 1, and some respect bans towards Made. They're banning the Brew, they're banning the Ember Spirit, as Manta Esports back on the Radiant side, but Karstens, having lost the flip game number 1, opted to go for second pick.
We'll see what they can do with it. I I really like the Kristen's approach. I think I questioned the Brew mid. I will be the first to admit I questioned it a lot. But as we saw, worked out pretty well. I think with how Made kind of plays, try and get a advantage in the mid lane and kind of snowball from there. It makes sense that they want second pick. Gonna go with similar bans again. That's a DK, Timbersaw, and Doom ban. I have to look back and see what game 1 bans we're missing here, but potentially, I mean, nothing from Manta I think really scares them. Yeah, Bat Rider, I think that's kind of makes the most sense. One of the, again, strongest supports that we're currently seeing right now.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
I mean, and the Lion ban. I mean, I think the Lion did well. Oh, here it is.
Well, it wasn't banned
yes.
this time around.
Oh, that was the one ban I was forgetting. So for those of you unaware, Terrorblade 4 has been popping up a lot in the scene, and the Lion ban makes a lot of sense in case you want to make a carry. The idea with it is that Reflection's one of the strongest laning spells in the game, does a lot of damage, decent amount of slow, and then you can kind of transition that out of lane. You get like a Vlad's, get like a Boots of Bearing, then potentially go carry items, and have a lot of scaling. Greedy 4s are very in right now. You can get away with a lot, which is also why Terrorblade's pretty good. You get a lot of farm on 4s, and he has really good vision scouting as well. I worry. I think you really just got to choose like a lot of magic damage and just kind of like smack him a lot in lane. Like there's not really like a lot of like good things you could do against Reflection per se, unless you have like a purge, like an Oracle. Karsten's just gonna go with the Centaur. Looking to potentially carry some momentum from game 1 to really kind of, again, I think that is like a lot of magic damage into the 4, but not necessarily gonna lane it. So good game matchup, not necessarily a good lane matchup, because you're not gonna see that lane unless it's Centaur 5, which it could be.
It could be. I think
Always
they're still
could be.
gonna. I think they're gonna give this Centaur 3 once again. Just Karstens. They very much like the Centaur 3. It's a hero that Leon Baby plays a lot, so we saw him playing a bit yesterday, and then he played it again today. This time going for the Crystal Maiden, which is not a support we actually see a whole lot of right now. And Venge for Manta, so 2 supports for Manta, assuming this isn't a Terrorblade 1. They go for the Mars.
So the Mars is kind of seen as like the offlane counter to the Centaur in a way. Everyone wants to Stampede run away, and then you put them in this big arena and you say, whoa, you're fighting us right here, right now. I'm curious to see how a Mars Terrorblade lane goes. I think they're 2 pretty strong laners, but don't have a lot of inherent synergy. Now, I will say as well, Mars has a lot of really good spells, and Rubik, kind of a hero, again, with the trend that Greedy 4s are really kind of popping off recently, is a very good hero to kind of take advantage of that, and as well, really good against the Vengeful to kind of steal any of the good spells and potentially save the hero that gets swapped in. So, in a sense, I do really like the Rubik. I'm curious to see if Karstens wants to pick the Maid hero. I usually, when I'm drafting in these kind of amateur leagues, I like to save that last pick for the mid. Probably pick a carry here that has a good lane matchup into the Mars Terrorblade. Something along the lines of, I mean, Lifestealer's not banned. I would probably just pick Lifestealer. Don't see anything else that I'd really love. I don't really like ranged heroes against Mars. Something kind of melee, maybe a little beefier. Maybe Sven, maybe Luna, I could see, even though it's ranged. Just something like that.
Perhaps. I don't know. I just like, man, like there are there are certain position 3 heroes that I just wish we got to see more of. In times like these, because like when Centaur and Mars and like all these kind of like big beefy blink stuns exist, you kind of lose out on the semi carry threes, and then when your fours become your semi carries, it's like, well, as a 3 player, what is my job? What is my job? It is to be a CC bot, and then you feel sad.
I mean, Centaur scales a lot. In fairness, like that hero could definitely deal damage in the right game, although will not feel tanky against Templar. I think kind of the response for as well. Centaur does. I mean, Shivas is like okay on Centaur. It's like just a really expensive armor item, and if you can get the right timing on TA, as greedy as she is, potentially mid or safe lane, she could definitely hit a good timing here. I do like her into the lifestealer too. I think I just worry because TA is kind of a very volatile hero, and you do have a lot of minus armor with the Venge, with the Templar. It just feels like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like the sauce, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not like, I don't see a TA out nowadays, and I'm like, oh man, that's like the perfect TA game. Like, I'm so happy to see it. Like, I just worry, like, I feel like the hero could very potentially fall behind and then not really have a purpose into the center, kind of running at you, into the lifestealer and Fest Bomb, into what is probably going to be some made cheese hero, Pingo being banned out, but maybe something like a Huskar or something like that. Although I don't think made plays Huskar, but something along those lines, something kind of cheesy that you're not really expecting, kind of running you over with this Centaur lifestealer.
I've been thinking of cheesy heroes that could be decent this game. Nah, I'm actually not sure. We'll see. I mean, you kind of need someone who has some sort of something to deal with this TA, because at the moment, none of Karstens's team actually has armor. Like, at all. So,
10 seconds remaining.
like, what kind of, like, agi mid would you even take
5
if you wanted to do that? Maybe someone like Wind Ranger? But she's universal, not agi. But she has agi scaling.
Yeah, I think Wind is okay. I'm always a little worried playing range shares into Mars, again, just because, let's say you do get caught in the arena, like, you're not dealing any damage into it or outside of it. Yes, she builds BKB, but, you know, sometimes you just don't have it or you get swapped out. You know, there's a lot of variables here. I mean, you could always see, like, Viper. Oh, okay. All right, this is... Now we're getting cheesy.
So, is it a Slardar mid or a Mars mid? Do you
Could be
think?
TA mid, Slardar carry. I think any of the cores. I think it's TA. I think it's TB support. I think I would very lean towards that. I don't
Yes.
think TB into Centaur, Crystal Maiden. And I think they're gonna wait to see what Karstens has to offer. I mean, I see Slardar, I see TA. I don't think you can put Mars. If Made plays Huskar, it's a pretty sick Huskar game. Something maybe like a Viper could see kind of fulfill the same purpose.
Zeus.
That is neither, but it is kind of like the pub mid hero, I would say.
Mid Mars.
I see. I hate mid Mars. I'm gonna be real.
Are you a mid Mars player?
I used to be, but here's the problem with mid Mars. Okay, is that this hero's skills were so good. It's kind of like Puck. Puck had such broken skills and broken like stuff in general that just gets nerfed over time, and then your laning kind of sucks. So Mars is kind of the same thing, where Spear Arena or Spear Shield, excuse me, like the Shield Slam doesn't do as much as it used to. So even if you go 4/4, it's just not really killing people. I think it's pretty decent into the Zeus. Funny enough, I think if he can definitely get a Spear into an arena and kill Zeus in a lane pretty easily. It's going to be up to Made to kind of show how good he is on this hero. Stay really far back, get kills with the ulti, and then go back and farm. And I don't like what's popular Zeus build into Mars, going the Manta style, farming up the entire map, and then kind of scaling that way. That being said, I think Made is probably like the best player in this lobby. I think he played a really good Brewmaster, and I think in general he has the potential to really pop off. And I think if Zeus has a really good game, this could really, really get out of control for Manta. So I'm going to slightly favor Karstens, but I am a little worried for the mid lane matchup and a potential really good minus armor strategy coming out from Manta.
So here's the unfortunate thing for you. Every single series that I've casted this weekend has been a 3-game series. Now, two of those game threes ended in forfeits One was due to actually both were due to losing a player due to circumstances beyond their control. So one was before the game started and one was in the middle of the game. So what I am saying is that I think we are going to get a game 3 just because of patterns. So yeah, Manta's going to win this, I believe.
I mean, it's possible. I think I'm curious to see how he does on Mars. This hero, like, he's kind of like a tiny esque. Like, he's got to get a blink, and then he's got to do something with it. Because, I mean, his farming's not, like, the best. He's definitely, like, a very timings-oriented hero. And once people buy BKBs, this hero very quickly falls off a cliff unless you have the right items. So, we'll see how he does. Both teams looking to smoke and then kind of occupy the opposite sides of the map. So, probably going to be 2 runes apiece here. Trying to see if there's any lane matchup to really watch out for. I would say the Mars. I'm always a mid player, but if I think he gets a kill on the Zeus, let's say at like the 5-minute mark, and then kind of snowballs off of that, I could definitely see the Manta's or key to success being pretty easy. Conversely, I think if Zeus gets a really quick phylactery timing, I don't think they have any beef to really deal with that. So, best of luck to these mid laners. They have a lot to shoulder this game.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think Karsten's is really good ways to proc refraction, though, right?
I mean, they have CM Frostbite, which isn't the best. Maybe Lifestealer wants to go like a Orb of Venom / Corrosion, although I don't think that actually does enough damage to the refraction shield. Yeah, that's a good point, but. I think this
getting
Manta's
a little
useful.
bit cheesy at the start of the game on the Wu. Going Reflection plus Wave of Terror.
I mean, that's one way to guarantee your starter has a good lane. I think he had like a pretty decent lane into this Lifestealer already, but especially when the Lifestealer starts at half health with Ghoul Frenzy level 1, just slowly walking like, hey, I would like to hit these. Am I going to be able to? Probably not. He's going to get bashed over and over again by Bash of the Deep. One of probably the most infuriating abilities in Dota, in my opinion. Just it feels so rough every time.
Yep.
2.
Ends up being a Terrorblade 5 instead of 4, and then Bench 4. Now, speaking of 4s that do quite a lot if they have gold, Venge still can be played core. I would just like to remind you, it has not been nerfed.
Yeah, but you kind of want like a centaur. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's what's that? I just like. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just saying, if she does get the gold,
it's true. The Ags is very strong. I will agree with you.
well,
I think
I mean, it's like the Ags Octarine type build, right? I mean, you could also.
Yeah.
I mean, there's also like you can go other types of things. You can go Vlad's is actually pretty good on Venge as well.
This starter has 5 denies in the top lane. I mean, it's gonna be off to CM to really try and like steer the ship here, because I think as points go on, like this is a very volatile lane up top. Definitely could see like a Venge stun into just Bash of the Deep into the Slithering Crush, like game over for Lifestealer, and then conversely Frostbite into hit. Really kind of sad hits. Like they don't really sound very good, but they definitely are very good. As it looks like Dota has crashed, so I will be reconnecting. Smile.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with spectating. I had like 2-3 crashes yesterday while casting. It's crazy. Something with spectating. Metapop bot and Leon Baby and Rodion are not having a good time of it between the meld and the meta.
That combination of skills, by the way, meta reflection, that's the power. Like this hero is a monster laning early on. You do not want to face up against that, especially with the meld. Like there is some good synergy there, even though they don't have any stuns or set up for each other.
Yep. Alright, pointing the side blades, so gonna get even more damage down on a Rodion. But yeah, these lanes actually going very well for Manta off the start. They're hard winning bot, in terms of CS&Is. They're pretty decisively winning top as well, and mid's going pretty even. So
Yeah, I mean, Rubik Centaur is like not the weakest lane by any means, but I don't know how a Rubik really helps any laner. Honestly, he just kind of shoots his sad little fade bolt. That
oh,
gives you
9shot is
5%
very much
damage
dead
reduction.
here. First blood. Nice playing with vision from Eris. Comes in with the magic missile, wave of terror, and then bash, slithering crush, and I'd say dead support.
Yeah, you can't get caught out like that at CM. It's very easy to. I want to point out 280 movement speed.
Oh, Jotunn getting behind. And comes the meld, side blades as well. Centaur Stomp stops the follow-up, but Rodion is still very low.
Yeah, these side lanes I would say are kind of an unmitigated disaster. Your one little beam of hope is that Zeus is doing okay against the Mars. He's really got to watch the 6 timing, and he
More
has
damage
range
on the
drops kind of
CM.
preemptively.
And what does 9shot even do here? It's just so impossible to deal with. Like, this is the thing, right? When CM's good, like, her laning is absolutely broken, so it doesn't really matter about how squishy she is. But when we don't see a lot of CM, it's typically because she's just not able to survive lanes, even if she does do damage. And, like, that's what we're seeing here, is, like, she's in her own creep wave, and she's just getting absolutely dumpstered.
Yeah, it doesn't help that she's only level 2 too, and she So I think what's griefing here especially is that she took the point in Arcane Aura instead of Crystal Nova, so she doesn't have any way to actually fight in these fights. She's kind of frostbites you and then says, "Please don't hurt me," and then gets ran down by the big fish and the Vengeful. As
TB dies
they're
bot.
gonna find the TB bot. That's definitely, you need to get kills. You need to try and recoup this 1k deficit you found yourself in already. And Leon Baby especially, and that Hummel Iron Will is going to go a long way into this meld from the TA.
Yeah. So much minus armor. And the thing about TA1 too is that, like, if she gets an advantage in lane, that's even better because you know your supports are stacking. I mean, Eris making the moves to stack right now. 6-minute rune about to spawn, but I've got Jotunn to help with that, so this is your typical TA kind of points. 9shot also stacking. Ends up being caught by the Reflection, Magic Missile, and the Spear. Gonna donate that one over to Key.
Oh, this poor CM. I can't help but laugh. What are you doing this game now? Level 2. You got to get the Wisdom Room, otherwise I'm probably over for your game. And then from there, I mean, got to get that point in Crystal Nova, I think, as well to have impacts. But
Yeah.
Zeus grabbed the shield rune throughout all that, so I mean, he's going to have a little bit of a timing here. The problem
Best rune
is,
in the
like,
game, by the way.
oh yeah, still is. Even after like they made the other runes good, this rune's still stupid. The big, I think, problem with Zeus in this game is that when your side lanes are going so terribly, you want them to ideally be going even, and then you can steal the kills with your ulti. The 250 damage plus 300 damage plus 5% max HP is disgusting. But when your lanes are going dog, which they are right now, like this is
Rodion
rough
in trouble.
times.
Well, the CM should be able to grab the rune here. At the very least. But it is very small consolation for all the work that's been going on. And we actually see, you know, the stack that CM made was spotted out, so Slaughter was starting to take that. I mean, once again, you're going to start stacking for your TA, who already has this massive advantage. This is looking like it's only 2k at 730, so you're not thinking it's that bad. But if we shall play Guess the Gaben, because I think this one will surprise some people.
It's probably like 70-30, honestly. Like, Gaben does not like
62-38. I thought it was going to be 70-30 as well. But it is
Oh my God.
largely. Jotun gets caught out. Nearly kills 9shot, though.
I mean, this is the one upside, and I think the Zeus hero, like, in pubs he's broken, and I think in, like, if he gets the right game in pro games, potentially can make a really big splash. We'll see what he's able to do. This DD rune with the ulti, I want to highlight one of the grossest combinations in the game. Now that they've made, it's not DD anymore. Now that they've made it amp damage and given you 25% spell amp on it, does a lot of damage with Thunder God's Wrath.
It should double your spell lamp.
It should not. Dear God, 600 damage, Thunder God's Wrath. No, thank you. He's probably gonna use it here to kill
Gohan in trouble
TA.
bot. He's got the reflection and is able to survive through the Thunder God's Wrath, even with the DD coming in. That is a dead support, very much so. Eris is in trouble, but they pick up the Life Stealer as well. Key continuing to move. Spear dodged by Rhodium, but the traps keep going. Maid's down here. Gohan's fine completely, even with our fraction. Leon Baby's pretty low. Going for the bash. Kimizu with Slithering Crush. Follow up. Gets the kill. Ends up being 3 for 1 bot.
Yeah, the problem is like, I think Zeus is like strong and everything, and like, but who does he play with? Like, your CM is level what 4 still? Yeah, he's barely scratching level 4. Has a second point of Frostbite, but isn't really going to contribute that much. Rubik is Rubik and is very greedy and doesn't really contribute too much in ganks. Yeah, he gives like a toss back, but other than that, doesn't really do too much. Like,
Oh, Wu is dead top again. That's the enrage off, but there are 2 cores around. Okay. Well, Centaur saved them. Got the Stampede.
yeah, I think he had to too. I could definitely see a world in which Wu was not the happiest person in the world if he dies there. As I swap over to the net worth here, yep, all 3 cores on Manta being the top. Zeus has 4,300. It's really gonna be on the back of Phylactery here. If he gets the Phylactery and then he gets a couple kills, like, is I think your best hope in trying to scrape anything out of this game, because right now
Key setting up bot.
it is rough.
And Radian caught in the arena. Spear misses. Doesn't really matter. Meta for the kill. And Gohan's just gonna take down this tower. Smoke out, Maiden 9-shot. They're gonna try to make a move on Kimizu. Phylactery still about 150 gold away.
Gonna be close.
Kimizu, 2-man Slithering Crush. Enrage comes back from Wu. Slowed up by the Crystal Nova. Kimizu turns back around, gets a minus armor on a 9-shot, but unfortunately for him, he can't 3v1 at the moment.
So, Starter has gone, I think after that death, bought the Blink Dagger full out, which a lot of times Starters are kind of opting more for the Echo Saber. Just really trying to scale a little bit, not trying to like put all their game into the Blink Dagger, but Manta potentially having a good read saying, we want to fight right now, going for that Blink and really trying to put the pressure on. If it works out, he's going to look sick, but if they like, lose a couple team fights, Zeus starts to get the ball rolling, and then from there it just kind of ends up being a disaster, like, you could very quickly see the starter fall behind. Although, it looks as though poor Rubik is going to be the target, or...
CM.
Oh, not CM, dude. She's died too many times.
This is
No,
literally
please, no.
bullying. This is quite
Come
literally
on.
bullying.
Oh my god. Death number 5.
Arena.
I mean,
On to Maid mid. Rodian's here. Kimizu's around. Gets the minus armor on a Maid. Caught up by the telekinesis. Doesn't have the ability to blink quite yet, but in comes the Stampede. Doesn't even matter. Gohan's there with the meld. And so that's an easy mid T1.
say that's it was a quite ambitious positioning from Maid, but I really do like the kind of aggression coming in from Gohan's, who has the Dragonlance going what's traditionally like more of the mid build, going the Blink Dagger. Looks like Manta, the call is here, like, get our triple Blink Dagger timing, just run it down, really try and like put the aggression and do what they did to us game one. I think this is a good way to play it, especially when you have this more aggressive kind of draft and you have these aggressive supports in. God damn it. Terrorblade is vengeful. I will say this has the potential to be a complete and unmitigated disaster. But it's just like it's very like it's a very risky build, and we'll see if it pays off for Manta. They're a team that kind of I think likes to play with that risk a little bit. We'll see if they're able to kind of make the best out of it.
So shall we play America's favorite game now?
All right, I think now it's 70-30. Especially, I don't know if it checks
81-19.
item builds.
81-19.
Yeah, okay.
Overshoot the undershoot. It's fine.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, Gohan's being really aggressive, but his team's right behind him. Leon Baby blink for blink, unable to get the stomp, and in comes Key. Beautiful arena. Down goes Leon Baby. Maid needs to leap out of the way, but Kimizu's right here. Doesn't have blink yet, but gets the minus armor down. In comes the magic missile and the wave, and Gohan just
Dear God.
does half his health in a single meld. Triple kill for Gohan. Swap on to Rodion. This will be an ultra? No, Rodion not stunned by the spear, so Key has to blink and get him with God's Rebuke. They're diving T2s and the T1s are still up, by the way.
It's a strong timing. The triple blink dagger is really going to put a lot of pressure on, especially again. Unfortunately, these supports. I mean, of course, CM isn't even level 6 to try and fight any of this. They do have their wisdom room still available, which I think CM really needs to go get to, I think, have any chance on this. Because right now, this is all the Manta show, really showing why they've kind of been so dominant in a lot of these TDL series.
Yeah. They've been doing quite well. One of the perennial favorites alongside the Immortal, who once again had the forfeit today. So it's going to be D-Roar in the finals. Kimizu caught out by the Centaur. Still able to get a Slithering Crush back, but he's caught by Telekinesis and the minus armor from Rubik. So
I want
smoke
to
out from the supports. They're gonna actually try to turn this around on a Maid. They have arena up. 7 seconds on blink for Mars.
Oh, so greedy.
I mean, this he spotted on vision too. They know exactly what's going on. They see 9-shot in the area. They might be able to find both.
Oh, not gonna pull the trigger. I have to talk about the Zeus build because I keep seeing it. I've kept trying to think if he's actually gonna commit for it. He's a Heaven's Halberd queued up, and it looks like he's building the Heaven's Halberd. Now, I'm not one to question builds. You know, I think there's a lot of room in Dota and flexibility for item builds. This might be the strangest one I've seen in a while, so I'm curious. It makes a lot of sense this game. You have a lot of people that are going to right-click, and that's all really the damage from Manta is going to be right-clicked, even from the support Terrorblade. But on a Zeus, I don't know, man. I'm holding my breath here.
Key. Blinking out of the way, I smell something in the water from Karstan's. As Gohan. He still hasn't taken any of the stacks in his own jungle, by the way. Just hasn't felt the need to. He's just farming the enemy triangle. He's pretty close to his Deso. In comes the Stampede. They're going to try to engage on Eris, but he gets saved! And a massive ult from Key as Gohan makes his way back into the fight. The Infest goes down from Wu, but even with the stuns coming in from the rest of the team, Eris gets the swap. Wu goes down pretty low, tries to pig pull to get to safety, but he's already lost both the supports. As the Venge goes down, Blink from Key gets the God's Rebuke out. Blink from Gohan, double kill. And Maid has no mana. Kimizu's right here. There's no way to jump out of the way. Gets the bash, gets the Slithering Crush, and Kimizu with the double kill. Full wipe for 1. Manta Esports are on a roll.
Win lane, win game. Get your triple link dagger timing. It's hard to see what Karstens can really do. They don't have like traditional team fight spells that can really get them out of these fights or potentially scrape them into a good fight. They've got Stampede to run away. They've got Rib who can steal, but they didn't really draft too much like team fight on the side of Manta. Just really the arena is probably the best one you can steal for Rubik, just to kind of keep people in place. But I mean, it's gonna require, I think, a miracle at this point. Zeus being the highest net worth on Karstens at 6,500 at 75 minutes is and he's a lot of that is, I want to point out again, a Heaven's Halberd. So I don't know, man. It's hard to see the route of victory for Karstens. It's gonna take a miracle. I think it's gonna take some really clean team play from them.
But Miracle's a 1 player.
That's true, and Maid is a 2 player. Maybe cosplaying it as an off later. I'm not really sure. I mean, Sanj is good. I don't know, man. I'm still caught up on this.
No, Roach has been taken as Maid gets caught out. Might be able to trade back onto Mars with Leon Baby here, but very unlikely. Yeah, just TA doing TA things, just grabbing Roche pre 20 minutes. That's not allowed. Just one auto attack does a third of the health, does a meld strike, kills her. Like how do you even commentate a CM just dying in 2 hits? 2 essentially right clicks.
Oh my god, I crashed again. You point out that the minus reduction, Gaben has favored Manta once again, giving TA the Orb of Destruction, I believe it's called. The 3 armor reduction on the neutral item. Neutral item's a very cool mechanic. Thank you, Gaben, for that one. So minus a crap ton of armor is going to be thrown onto these heroes, and they need some plate mills. They need something, and they just need to like stem the bleeding here really quickly.
Yeah, we're into a schlacking now from Manta, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
14k, 19 minutes. I mean, we've been in schlacking mode for a while. 98% Dota plus win prob. Gohan just, like, soloing a T2.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Rest in peace, creator of Dragon Ball, by the way.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Very influential person. Akira Toriyama will be missed. Yeah, what do you say, you know? Like, game 1, like, Manta, I think, looks a little lost almost at times. Like, didn't quite get the initiation, kind of got scuffed. But this time, like,
Dire's middle
I think they, like, ate their Wheaties. They got really, like, angry. They were like, guys, how do we lose? Like, we don't lose like that. We're Manta. They kind of turned it up to 11 here. This isn't even close, honestly. This is a destruction coming out.
Liam Baby greeting his own Stampede to try to get away, and he will not.
Oh my god.
And he's just trying to waste as much time as possible here. He doesn't have Stampede. The other heroes also have blinks and are faster than him. Yeah.
I don't...
Meanwhile,
I mean,
an arena gets a
Ugh.
CM.
It's crashed for a 3rd time. How many deaths is that on the CM? I think I remembered it was 8. Is that 9 or 10?
It's 9.
Oh my god.
And meanwhile, Gohan just solo pushing high ground, because they can't deal with this man at all.
Radiant's bottom
And he has Aegis.
Yeah.
Okay, it is
GG.
21 minutes into this game. Wu doesn't even have his Radiance yet.
Let me take a look at net worths here. Oh yeah. I mean, he's close. They're actually smoking up. I kind of commend the smoke up here. With the Lifestealer Infest, maybe they can find something with the Zeus ulti as well. Who's gonna be a
Unfortunately for
target?
them, the smoke is not going to connect with anybody. And in
Oh,
fact,
and Zeus.
it is Karstens who gets connected on. Rest in peace to the Zeus. Eris dies. Blink and Fest Bomb had no health, and he went for the Vlads before the Ags.
Dire's bottom tower
SMH my head. Always greed for the Ags. No, don't. Greed for the Ags if you're playing Venge 3. Don't greed for the Ags if you're going Venge 4.
Yeah, this Vlads is and doing the Lord's work here. I'm kind of. I mean, is there anything really stopping them from
Gohan's
going
about
high
to
ground?
do TA things on the enemy Tormentor. It has only been 2.5 minutes since Tormentor spawned, by the way. It feels like this game's been longer.
God, honestly, at this point, like once the Aegis runs out, just go up and hit it, right? Like, they're actually gonna smoke up
Manta.
into a fight.
Yeah.
God, if
They
Mate
still
gets
need
caught
to break
again.
this high ground. They don't have Aegis, because it just got reclaimed, actually. Made caught in the arena, all on his own. Stole a magic missile. Takes Key down pretty low. BKB coming in from Key is made. Gets out just barely with the grace of the Stampede, but 9-shot ends up being the sacrifice as Eris dives up onto the high ground. He goes down. Meta's been popped. But fortunately for Karstens, they only lose his support for it.
Saved by everyone's favorite neutral item against TA, the Gossamer Cape. So gonna dodge a lot of the damage coming out from that initial Meld Strike burst. I mean, he's almost got the Heaven's Halberd, which will give him a lot of evasion into this lineup. God, I don't know though. Like, they still need damage. Where's that damage gonna come from?
Infest Bomb from Leon, baby. See if they can actually grab anyone other than Jotun. Blink Infest Bomb. In comes Ki, though. Gets the spear up. In comes the Sunder. Jotun's on a killing spree. He will fall for this. Never mind. Eris gets the swap up on him. In the meantime, Gohan is going crazy, just solo diving the back line. 3 shots Rodian. Now on to Maid. Absolutely destroyed. Gohan with the double kill. It is 3 for 0. I mean, they didn't even kill the Sunderman because support solidarity. After the man sundered, Eris swapped them out.
Let it end. Go high ground. It's so painful. I mean, at this point, Kirsten's like, it's gonna
right.
again.
Coin flip is at 99 or 100.
It's 100. There's no way Gaben says
99.
it's 99. Come on, Gaben. Where's the 1%? What do you see that I'm not seeing? Because I'm having a real hard time finding it. All 5 of Manta DC. That's my 1%. That's the timeline.
Leon baby gets stumped. Has to run away. I mean, they're pushing this completely without Aegis, too. They don't even need it. By the way, these stacks that were made for the TA have not been taken this entire time. Just like to point out, Gohan has not taken these stacks once. He doesn't need them at this point, to be fair, but...
God, with Daedalus
think about your support gold for once. Swap going ahead and saving Gohan as a counter initiate comes back in with the arena. Kimizu's on the side. A stolen swap keeps Maid alive for the time being as Leon Baby gets infested to save him, but no. The Melt Strike comes down. The Infest Bomb pops, hitting absolutely nobody. Double buyback now from the support in 3. And the melee racks are dead. 2 buybacks forced out of Karstens. The health bars aren't quite there for Manta, but swaps back up in 7 seconds. Arena, 55 seconds on it. So they might not go for this quite yet. 5 seconds on Roche. Pretty quick timing.
Oh, Key's a madman.
Oh, no. I mean, 9-shot gets a freezing field out, but in comes the swap, the Sunder as well. Eris running away. Leon Baby goes down to the Meld Strike. 9-shot and Woo. Holy crap! Woo got like half health by a single meld. Oh, and the blink back up. Another meld,
Goodbye.
another auto. He armlet toggles to stay alive twice. All right. I see ya.
There it
GG
is.
called. We're going to game 3.
Oh boy. I mean, just a win lane, win game coming out from Manta. Kind of what they're known for, I feel like. They kind of just slack people in lane sometimes. That's what happened here. You hit the timing, hit the triple blink timing, which it was risky. It paid off really well here, though. And again, the Finnick, I don't know if it's like a curse or a blessing. We get to see another game of beautiful Sea Dodo. I'm here for it.
All right. With that, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, Manta versus Karstens, game number 3. welcome all, and welcome back to TDL Asia 15 semifinals between Manta Esports and Karstens. My name is Finnick, joined by Angry Sun, and Manta took a very dominant game number 2 after Karstens took a slightly less dominant but still very snowbally game number 1. And with that, we're on to game 3. This is the 4th series I've casted this weekend, and it's the 4th one to go to 3 games. Does that mean Grand Finals will also go to 3 games? I don't know. But we'll see anyway. C and C. It's like it's like the CNC routing tables. What does that even stand for? I know it's an acronym for something.
Something. I should have known this. I got a MechE degree. It shows that I don't use it. Something I'm better at. Dota. same bands coming out here as game 2. To a T, DK, Timber, Doom. We'll see if they ban the. Oh, I should have known what they ban as their 4th ban.
Ban Venge
not
anyway.
the Venge. It was, I believe, it was Batrider. So we'll see. Manta wants to opt to ban another Karsten specialty. Try and ban. I mean, I really think they just got to worry about Maid. So Earth Spirit Brewmaster ban makes the most sense to me. They do get the Batrider if they want it. And they're gonna once again, yeah.
I think they just favor the TB, though. It worked really well for them last game. It won them... With the start play, it won them 2 lanes, but it really won them that bot lane pretty effectively. I am concerned what happens if Karstens picks Batrider, though, because a lot of the traditional counter to Batrider, being the Vengeful Spirit, is not available for Manta.
Shadow of the Bat.
Wow, that was kind of predictable. I can't imagine why.
So I mean, there's a reason this year is banned a lot. It's a very strong laner, which it's kind of weird. I mean, Batrider is always like a strong laner, but he's not a strong laner. If someone is watching and was watching Dota like 3 years ago and then stopped watching, you take 1 point sticky napalm, max your E, so that's where a lot of the damage is in the Firefly as opposed to the actual napalm stacks. You kind of just unga bunga at people, and then you have a lasso. You farm really fast. He's one of the greediest 4s, and it works really well this meta. It does mean you don't get the Centaur, so they're gonna ban out the Centaur, who I think at this point now we're getting into probably if Centaur, I mean Mars is like the other, we'll say like quote unquote S tiers offlaner, although that's kind of debatable. We're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel here for offlaners. So it's curious to see what Karsten supposed to go to.
Always winter. It's not happening. It got played at Dream League. The C team that was Talon, but they all moved to them. They have a blue logo. They played it. They won with it.
Aurora is a good team too, so I think a lot of these teams may be looking towards that.
I don't think it's gonna happen. I have not casted a Winter 3 game at all. Every time Winter's meta, like I've seen it 2 a couple of times. I have not gotten the chance to cast Winter 3, which makes me feel really sad because I love playing that hero, but. It's not gonna happen.
Finnick would have a really good perspective on it, but Manta's definitely not picking into Mars. I'll tell you that. So probably not gonna see it. The Mars pick, I mean, it's good with the Batrider. It's really interesting how like one patch and then a couple of offlaners get a little nerfed. Mage Slayers isn't as good anymore, and now you see Mars kind of everywhere. At any rate, it's also I think really good against the TB. We're going to get a classic, like an old school classic coming out from Manta and the Kunkka Mirana. I have a lot of thoughts about Kunkka, but I will say he's really good with the Mirana. There's literally a red X, and you just throw the arrow at it.
So Manta picked Kunkka yesterday, and they lost with it. I picked it for Kimuzu yesterday, and they lost with it. The first series of the day, I saw Kunkka lose as well. Look, Water Park Kunkka, it's really good up until the point where the entire rest of the team has BKBs. And once the entire enemy team has BKBs, you are literally useless.
Yeah, it's not great. I have to say, the CM pick. I think Fight Karstens was definitely a little troll. I don't want to say like a single pick loses you the game, but your lanes looked really bad, and I don't think CM looked very impressive. And
No.
you need your supports to kind of win the lanes. I think Techies is a much better solution, along with the Bat Rider, to really try and shut down this Terrorblade, which either lane he goes to.
Yeah.
I
I
think
think
both
it's a 9-shot
heroes.
techies because he plays the hero and he's
Mhm.
pretty good at it.
That's the 5, right?
Yeah, it's
from
the 5.
remembering. Okay. I'm good with Techies. I'm good with both of these being in either. My only concern is that I don't think either hero is really great against Mirana. And I think Techies, funny enough, doesn't have a fun time trying to jump into the water park because he gets kind of caught up in a torrent if he gets hit by it. It's not like the biggest deal, but it's definitely something to think about. I also potentially want a pairing too, because I see a lot of like burst damage coming out from Bat Rider and Bat Rider Mars Techies and a lot of setup. But I want to see like a little bit more either aggression or damage or something. They just kind of need like maybe like a storm pick or something like that. Something that's going to go in, deal some damage, kind of help with the initial burst with the Mars Techies, and then potentially get out afterwards. And not going to die to Water Park, so potentially something that buys BKB.
Yeah.
I want Storm. Storm is what I'm calling for here. I think Storm's really good.
The question is made a Storm player? Because I know he plays Ember, I know he plays Earth Spirit. I have not seen him play Storm.
Radiant team pick.
Nope, I go for the Night Stalker instead. So it's probably made Mars then. Unless it's made Night Stalker. Like one of these is 2, one of these is 3.
I hate mid Mars so much.
Well, it won last game, so
my sample size of 1 is very convincing here. If Karstens wins, not as convincing, or still not convincing because it's 2, but that's 2 more than I've seen. May definitely would pull out he would definitely be a player to pull out the Midnight Stalker too. So at this point, I mean, if you're Manta, you see kind of 2 melee boys. I don't think either of these really wants to be carry. It's been a long time since we've seen Night Stalker carry, so I would cheese personally. I would probably pick like Monkey King or something and just like really try and abuse these matchups. I think Monkey King's not the best against Mars, mind you, just in the game. So maybe like a Viper, I could see. Although against Mars is a little weird. You can't let this go unpunished.
Go for Naga.
Yeah, I think that. I kind of hate Naga too. So, but Naga wins games. I can't deny that Naga has at least in Dream League and just kind of in general, Naga has really good win rates. 58% win rate of Dream League, and a lot of pub win rate as well. It really hits the timing and really kind of runs you down. Really good against the Night Stalker specifically. Really bad against the other 3 though. I have to say, really bad into Shield, really bad into Tyche's Blast Off, and very bad if you get lassoed or if the Firefly damage going onto the illusions. So I'm guessing what Manta wants to do is they want to try and get the fight they want. So if they get initiated on the Song, otherwise they kind of offensively Song, or they get the Water Park initiated that they want, and then kind of blow it up from there. They just need someone to start all this right now. So if you're Karstens, you want to ban heroes that are going to start that fight. I think Storm would be a good ban, even though it's bad against Night Stalker. You already banned Puck. That's a good start. Just something that's going to like get in there and start the fight. Like you just can't let them pick like something free like that.
Yeah. Slark ban. So I mean, so let's think what one does Karstens put. I think the other ban Manta needs to do is Faceless Void, because I think that's the obvious pick for Karstens. Now the question is, what do they do mid?
I'm a little worried about Faceless, honestly. Like, I think Faceless is like, I mean, his win rate is showing that he's the best carry, but is he actually? I'm not quite sure. But usually you need some damage into the Chrono. I mean, there's not really
I'm
anyone
just
like.
saying it because it's the obvious pick, right? Like, what other ones do you pick into Naga, Kunkka, right? Like, you just need something that'll just stop them in their tracks, and then you blow up one of them, and then the other one doesn't really matter.
C doesn't like Sven at all, do they? I feel like this could be a good Sven game.
I actually saw a couple Sven games the other day, or yesterday as well. Like 2 of them. So Karstens could go for Sven. I wouldn't be against it. Like, Ag Sven is fine. You get the Dispel Well, there's really nothing you want to dispel, so maybe you don't cover this fan. But Mansa's going to
Good
ban it
ban.
anyway. So I think Karsten's is probably going to go faceless. It's just a question of what Manta's going to go mid.
I mean, they could always put the Kunkka mid, which that's a whole nother discussion of why I don't like Kunkka, but I really believe you need someone to start the fight. So I like this. I like these two bans from Karstens. I think Queen of Pain, if she has a really good game, could potentially be the one to kind of go in there first, then get followed up with
It's actually a
start
pretty
our ban as
decent
well.
Leshrek game, if you think about it. I don't know if they're going to do it. I go for Pango instead. I think that's more to what you were thinking, right?
Yep.
But I think the thing is, I always see a Kunkka 3 and I worry about damage, right? So like Leshrek augments your damage of your Naga Siren pretty effectively. Pangolier is just a whole lot of utility and a whole lot of crowd control, which is great, but you're putting all your eggs in the Naga basket for your damage throughout fights. Unless this Pango gets like super far ahead.
Yeah, I think he's got like a big burst with the defusal timing. Oh, Karstens only has 5 seconds here. What are they gonna cook up here? But I think he has
it's gotta
a.
be faceless, right? No, Bloodseeker. I mean, I think they're overteching into the Pango. This doesn't really do anything against Naga.
God, it's mid Mars again, dude. God, damn it. Okay, so here's the thing,
I mean, so
right?
Wu played Bloodseeker yesterday, and it was like the high point for a game that they lost. But, like, go ahead, say what you were gonna say.
I just hate mid Mars so much. So he's on a timer again. If he gets the blink timing, and Leon Baby, let's say, pops off in his lane and gets the blink timing, I think they could be in a really good spot. And Bloodseeker, if he gets ahead in the Naga matchup, let's say like Mars does well in the lane, and then Bloodseeker gets the quick Mjolnir, and they have the damage to kill the illusions early with BKBs, I think Karstens could win in 30 minutes. Now, they got schlacked in lanes this past series or this past game, and I have a sneaking suspicion Mirana Terrorblade, both very strong laners, into Techie's Batrider. I think the Terrorblade lane's not going to go as well, but this Mirana lane, I'm telling you, Yotan Mirana is going to pop off. I feel like Manta wins it again pretty quick, and Naga just kind of farms up and then wins in 25 minutes. That's my gut. And I cannot bet on mid Mars, even though it won last game. I just cannot in my heart do it.
Well, I think the Pango's actually pretty good into it as well, just as far as laning is concerned. Like last game, what was it? It was Mars into
Zeus.
Zeus, right? And, like Zeus is like all right as far as laning is concerned, but like he doesn't really do anything that punishes Mars other than just being ranged and have burst. Whereas like Pango is he can punish Mars's positioning or get aggressive on Mars much more easily and then get out with Swashbuckle. So
I will
he's
say
also Quinn's favorite hero.
well, you pick a real hero in 2024, dude. Oh my god, this Pango hero.
And then proceeds to pick it in major final and loses.
He does. Yeah. Ooh, rough. So, what I always like to see when I see Pango, like he's a very interesting hero. He's kind of fundamentally broken, right? So he's got like a lot of really good damage with Swashbuckle. He's got the really good timing with Diffusal, like everyone always knows. He's got damage. He's got control. He's got a little bit of tower push, not like a lot of tower push, but like it's decently. Like the thing you gotta watch out for is the rotations. And I think the problem that I have with Mars' game is if he tries to match the rotation, Arena doesn't do anything for you against Pango. It just kind of like rolls around and says, "All right, good luck." So yes, like maybe he gets a good start in lane, but Pango doesn't really lose a lot of lanes. He just kind of swashbuckle W's and then walks away unless it's like a Viper or something. Like I don't know. I feel like this Pango kind of runs over the early game, and then Mars doesn't really do a lot. And then if he's not getting kills with his blink, he's probably going to go first item. What does he do in the game? Kind of like Brewmaster, although they won that game, so maybe not like Brewmaster.
Yeah. So there's Mirana 5 this game, just because Jojon is the 5. So Sobin who plays the TB. I think this is actually really good with the Naga because you just net in the arrow, and then what do they do? Still have to worry about the Batrider because the Batrider is still a pretty strong laner, but there are ways to deal with them, I think, with the lane combo that they've picked.
Yeah, I think the key in this lane is going to be level 2. Once Yoton has leap, it's very hard for Batrider, even with the like flame break back. it's gonna be really hard to actually catch this Mirana. And you see here, like she just kind of right clicks whoever's in this lane. That's why this hero is so outrageous. Just the auto attack range as universal, especially you get all these stat items. So she has 55 base damage, and then is eventually gonna have net into arrow, and then Starstorm and leaves. Like it's gonna be hard. I don't know how Night Stalker is gonna really be able to do very much. But we'll see. Leon Baby did really well game 1, so maybe he kind of channels some of that magic into this game.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Kunkka having some tough times against techies. I mean, Arius is doing a good job of trading into him, but Sticky Bomb is still very annoying to lane against, especially when Wu's got Blood Right to kind of force Kimizu off the waves. But Arius is doing a bang-up job of forcing Wu and 9-shot off with Reflection when he can.
Now it is our favorite hero, Kunkka, in this lane as well. I do like Kunkka 3 better, I think. I will say.
I mean, I do like Kunkka 3 better than Kunkka 2. I also think Kunkka famously does not lose lanes, and we're seeing here onto Wu. They've got a lot of early damage just between Reflection and everything else. In fact, with Tidebringer, Wu could be dead if he steps up to the wave. It's a good blast off for the kill, though.
Yeah, they just hit the level 2 timing and then able to blast off into all the good damage. I mean, like you're saying though, like the kind of the strength of the Kunkka is once he has double bracer, even though Techies has a lot of damage, like what is Techies really doing? You know, it's not really gonna be able to kill Kunkka. So, although usually I will say you also like to pick this with someone who can roam more, potentially punish or like aid into the fact that Kunkka can kind of sit here 1v2. Terribly doesn't roam, so really kind of looking to abuse this Tidebringer damage and hopefully get the reflection damage onto them and potentially look for kills.
Early CS leads coming out for Karstens, though. Kimizu caught in a Blood Right and Sticky Bomb, so he's pretty low. Did Wu go 2 points in passive? Yeah, he did, so he's pretty fast on that, too. Mid lane, Mars is getting slight CS advantages. Mars auto attacks are just a little bit better at CS denying than Pango's, just due to the amount of damage that they do. But this will even out eventually.
Yeah, I'm kind of. I mean, he'll get the damage like you said. I'm a little surprised. I think the other timing for Pango always in lanes is the Blightstone. So that's the other thing I look at when I see like a mid hero against Pango. I say, okay, how much armor does the hero have? Mars only has 3 after all the nerfs, so Blightstone's going to reduce 2 of that. Every spell of Pango's does physical, so all that damage is going to be very close to 0 armor, which is going to deal a lot. So, Made potentially could. I don't know if he's getting like bullied out, but potentially threatened here by the Pango with that Blightstone.
Yep. Good news for them, though. Bot lane is pretty winning. As we already mentioned, just Mirana very good. Net into Arrow very threatening. And, I mean, it's Naga. You can't really do a whole lot to punish a Naga in lane, because if she does, she just goes ahead and farms creeps. Because she's Naga.
And Night Stalker does nothing early on. I'm going to be real. Ooh, I do 160 damage, and you get slowed for a second and a half, a quarter. So, they're really looking to just get what they can, and then actually doesn't have any points on Hunter of the Night, but when he has points on Hunter of the Night, potentially look for a kill.
Who finds Eris topside? I mean, this top lane is actually going very well for them. For Karstens, I should say. They've got 2 kills in the lane. They're forcing Kimizu off. Yeah, the CS is about even, but if we take a look at the net worth, the Bloodseeker is highest in the game right now. But total net worth diff, only about 300 gold right now, and I don't expect it to increase that much unless some kills start getting fed over or there are some rotations made from the mid laners. Speaking of mid laners, Pangolier is almost to level 6, as is Made.
That's going to be big timing. I think you have to make rotations as mid-Mars, too. That's one thing, like... I mean, both mid laners are definitely going to look to like make moves. It's kind of just the both team specialty, I think, really just kind of getting there down and dirty early, but especially these 2 heroes, like, you got to do something.
Wait,
you can't just sit in your lane.
It was 5 minutes, and he didn't have a support with him. That's actually really good for Karstens. That's really big. Like, Naga's always going to Naga, but still...
Yeah, I mean, getting the Night Stalker kill when he was kind of struggling, especially, like... Once he gets phase boost, too, I don't really see how they threaten him too much here. Although Eris
Manta supports the
making a
bot now.
rotation.
Yeah.
What a scary rotation Terrorblade made. The problem, like, if you don't win your lane, like with this reflection spell, it's good, but it's not like anything
Oh, Key comes in
amazing.
with a rolling boulder. Or Rolling Thunder, excuse me. Rolling Boulder is the ability for them here that Maid typically plays. Leon Baby finds Eris as well. They get the arena down, 3 supports,
What a shield.
or 3 members mid. Even with the shield crash going down, there's just no way for the Pango to win. And that is 5 kills to 0 in favor of Karstens now, off the start of the game. This is a very strong start for them.
It really is. Shout out Maid there. Knows his mid Mars, so you can interrupt the Pango W, and you can stop him from doing it by just displacing him, which the shield smack does. Looks like he wants to play high tempo here in Maid 2, potentially going top. Doesn't have arena, but I mean they have the catapult double wave. This would be a really surprising tower fall if they're able to get it. So I feel like you got to defend this for your man. So I can't just let him run you over like this early on.
They go ahead and glyph. I mean, 4 members up here, and they're able to get the wisdom. No, Key grabs it just in time. Basically saving the supports. 9shot's able to TP out. X on to Wu. And comes the arrow. Doesn't hit. That actually could have been much worse than it was, just losing the TB. And in fact, they're going to be able to grab Wu here as well. And save the tower.
Yeah, I mean, you have to make that move. You can't let them steal your wisdom, potentially take your top tower, which it's already almost dead, mind you, but like could have been a lot worse if you just didn't send the rotation. So really well done.
Nice soccer ulti, going bot. Naga able to barely get away from the silence as they turn around with a blood grenade. Gohan might be in a little bit of trouble. They're turning back onto the Bat Rider. He's got taking tower damage at the moment. Gohan just keeps on kiting Eris with the body blocks. They might be able to take down Leon Baby and Rodeo here too.
My.
They keep running around, but Wu's finally here. Has the thirst passive. Gohan is not level 6, so he's not long for the world. And that was almost sick from the Manta bot lane, but Wu made the rotation he needed to. 9shot dies meanwhile, but still, that could have been disastrous for Karstens.
Just no one had TP though, so really, really good call out by Karstens to just kind of keep pressing the advantage. You even saw the Naga ping like, guys, team, but no one has it. So really, really well done. And I mean, I think at this point, it's time for Naga just to retreat on down to her bot jungle area, hit some good creeps, hit the wave, hit some more creeps, and Bloodseeker kind of do the same but the opposite. So hit the triangle ancients, and then into the other ancients, which are currently stacked on the side. Hopefully a couple more stacks come in for him, so he can continue to kind of up his game as smoke play up in the tempo here once again on Karstens.
Yeah, they really trying to push the tempo. They're gonna find Kimizu. Any kill on a core is good at this stage in the game, so especially the one that you want to get further behind, because if you get BKBs before he gets his eggs, ooh, that is very unfortunate. Key and Eris making moves mid though. Mate has ult. Pops it, gets 3 people in it, but I don't think he actually wants to take that smoke. Wu's around, gets the rupture onto Key. They don't have any smoke or stuns for him, as 9shot is a little bit late. Leon Baby does kill the Mirana in the meantime.
God, he was so close. He was like a millisecond off. Actually, just TP to the tower though.
Yeah, but he has Rolling Boulder or Rolling Thunder, so he's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's Maid in this game. I keep calling it the Earth Spirit ability. Leon Baby,
can't
15
blame me on that
seconds
one.
on daytime.
I mean,
Already
once
started
again,
switching.
Lane's just
Oh, Rolling Boulder, interrupted by silence. There's the Dark Ascension as well. In comes Kimizu. Gonna get a boat on a 9shot, but still, he loses his mid for it. Might lose his Mirana as well as a TB. Flaming Lasso used. Triple kill for Leon Baby, and he is just taking over the game right now on the Night Stalker.
Night Stalker, one of the probably, I would say, the scariest offlaner if he actually does win his lane. So I think the kill on the Naga at 5 minutes definitely do attribute to a lot of this. Kind of got that snowball going. Going the Orbit Corrosion, which I think is a very interesting choice. Just giving you some attack speed and doing a lot of the health regeneration going down as well. Which they don't have a lot of, but they have some beefy boys in the Kunkka, and the Pango is a little beefier. So I do like it this game. Curious to see if he goes the Echo next, or maybe like a Blink to kind of again push the tempo and kind of do what Manta did, like do it back to them this game. Although
Yeah.
4 to 13, they really again want to keep playing high tempo, really keep trying to look for these pickoffs.
Yeah. Can't count Manta out quite yet, but it does feel a lot like the reverse of game number 2 thus far. I think Manta, they really need to play for their Naga timings, but I mean, it's Manta Orchid, not even get to the heart until 3rd item, and I mean, even then, I think the BKBs are going to come for Karstens before that Orchid gets completed. Eris dodges the blast off, still gets stunned up against a tree. Kimizu's around.
TB's only on level 4.
X-Torment boat on 9-shot with the arrow as well, so easy kill. Hand it over to Key.
I will say, I think the really scary timing here, as always, every Pingo game, once he hits the Fusel Blade, he is a menace. Song bot, they actually are making plays onto this Night Stalker.
Absolutely perfect with the arrow follow-up and Key around with Rolling Boulder, or Rolling Thunder. God damn it! That is nearly 1,000 gold going over to Manta.
And importantly, the Diffusal Blade faring out on Courier, so Mars, you got a lot of big shoes to fill. Doesn't have his Blink yet. Opted for the Soul Ring, so he's falling a little behind on that. And, I mean, any misstep here could potentially spell his demise here. I'm telling you, this Pango Diffusal timing, it does absurd amounts of damage. It always has for the, like, year that it's been like this. I want to see him just play the tempo now, kind of fight them back on their sides. Put the pressure where Karstens is putting the pressure and actually try and match them now that you have that timing.
We've seen it on a Jotun and Gohan bot, potentially. And who's actually making these moves? The rotations are coming in from Eris and Key. Rodion using the Drums of Endurance to get out of that. Moonlight used. TP's coming top. Instead, gonna move for the Mars, who uses an Invis rune.
Radiant are scanning.
Just lost track of him. I mean, there's 4 heroes on Karstens playing bot. Maybe they're trying to look for the tower. Once again, they don't really have a lot of tower pressure. It's kind of the bad thing about their draft here again. So, probably just going to keep looking for kills. Ooh, looks like it may be Key.
Well, Maid's gonna go down. As Key in a lot of trouble with the Dark Ascension coming in, as well as the Rupture. Pango can't TP away even if he wanted to. 2 kills immediately over to Karstens. And killing the Pango when he just hit his timing is absolutely massive. Like, once again, he's down for 20 seconds. You're going to be able to get this mid tower, continuing to push the tempo. Smoke out again. Oh, they just find Leon, baby. Still in the Dark Ascension.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I'm laughing because I see Maid's Blink BKB. Okay, pretty standard so far. And then Revenant's Brooch, which it does do a lot of damage. It's kind of the meme build, but it does do a lot of damage. So don't count it out. You laugh, you look at it, you laugh. Don't count it out. I'm telling you, it does scale.
Revenant's Brooch is an item that is made for one person, and that person is Winter Wyvern. So,
2 people, Phantom Assassin nowadays.
I forgot about PA. You're right.
And Mars
and Wyvern Wyvern doesn't even get it most of the games because it's like a 6-slot item. But if you need to get a utility item at all, it's just like you don't have the space for it.
Yeah, it's we'll see how he puts it to use this game. It's good against Naga, I will say too. So
yeah,
just going straight through the armor piercing. Although sometimes Naga's like going Eternal Shroud for the kind of bulk up your illusions a little bit against magic damage. I imagine if she spots the Revenant's Brooch, she'll do the same. Instead, right now, eyeing towards the Orchid, so just trying to farm up is the strongest core in the game, and is probably looking to kind of carry that momentum.
Moonlight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This is a good read from Wu. Just not even gonna step up to the triangle. It will give them the tower, but I mean, better the tower than his life. I think at this point, he's just got to keep farming, try and match the Naga.
Yeah. I mean, 2K 16 minutes, not an insurmountable lead, and if we play against the Gaben.
55-45 Karstens. Final answer.
64-36.
I should have guessed higher. Okay.
Man, there was like a streak of a couple months where you were really good at this, but we haven't been casting every week, and I think you've gotten like you're out of practice.
Yeah, it's like if you go on The Price is Right every week and then you just stop playing or like you stop going and you stop watching. It's kind of like that. I just need to get my rhythm going. I think with these like new network changes and everything too, and how the games play nowadays, like I need to get a better feel for what like Gaiman thinks it is. I think the game's pretty close though, so
Yeah.
I will say like Manta as they make moves on the
X-Boat on 9-shot. Rana leaps forward, gets the Starfall. Torrent for extra measure.
and then Eris is gonna die on the other side to the Leon baby Night Stalker, who did go the blink first item. So again, wanting to up the tempo here. TP'd mid for the Pangolier, I'm guessing. I don't know
Yeah.
if he's gonna find it.
Tries to
Oh
TP
my
out.
god, he did.
Well done by Leon, baby. Man, he's going this. Oh man, it's tough. Because, like, you're going the Lincoln Sphere because you're up against the Bloodseeker, but at the same time, it's like, is that even the right item to go? Like, you never want to build a BKB on the hero, but it feels like up against this Night Stalker, you almost want to.
Oh my god, Night Stalker owning the game too. It's hard, yeah. I think you have two kind of competing factors here, right? Like, the Bloodseeker matchup is atrocious. Like you have to go BK or Lincoln's against that to want to ever have impact on these team fights if Wu is playing right, which I mean it's pretty easy. You hit the rupture button on the rolling ball. On the other hand, god, it even moves on the Mirana too. On the other hand, like I think if you were more ahead, you can get away with going Lincoln's, but like at the moment, the big pressing threat is Night Stalker. Like he's just running you over. I don't know if BKB. I mean, a lot of times you'll see BKB against Night Stalker. I think it's potentially right. I like Yules as well if you just need something like right away. But like, yeah, I think you're right. I think BKB second, although it does feel very bad if you're Pangolier, as a not a feels good one.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. TP's being made bot though. They're gonna try to make this fight happen with Kimizu. They got the X-Boat onto Wu. In comes the Naga. They have Song if they need to disrupt the fight, but in comes the Rolling Thunder. And down goes two members of Karstens. They just blow up the Bloodseeker completely. And that's kind of what Manta's good at. Gohan trying to hunt with Song. Won't find anyone. But that's kind of what Manta's good at, right? Just making these collapse plays when someone makes a slight misstep, is a little bit overextended. Like we saw there, Manta just full committed everybody TP, and we're able to drastically change the outcome of this Bloodseeker matchup.
And it's what they have to do, I think, at this point. Like, with Night Stalker being, I would say, a little too tanky to burst down, and then Mars as well, who does have his BKB, like, again, a little too big tanky to burst down. You gotta bring a lot of numbers to try and do anything. God,
Yeah.
Pango again.
It feels so... Wait! The spear!
Saved!
Saved by the spear! Here comes Jotun!
Oh my
Eris
god.
able to save him as well with the Sunder. Key now caught in an arena, still gonna go down. Full commits coming in. Kimizu's around. I don't know what you're doing here, Kimizu and Gohan. It's already a lost fight. In comes the boat. Lands onto the Night Stalker. Rupture going on to Gohan. Actually goes 2 for 1 now. In comes Jotun. Buyback from the Pango. They're going to continue this. This is very, very risky because they don't have Song. Down comes the Naga Siren. Leo Baby barely able to stay alive. Blinks back onto the low ground with the Rolling Thunder coming in. It is already lost for Manta. They'll find Wu at the very least, so they lose the minimum for that fight, but it does not feel good at all. Swashbuckle on 9 shots. If they got the X on them, it'll not be even in gold, but it'll be even in terms of the heroes lost.
It's hard for them to try a little bit harder, Pangolier, when you bought back after they already killed you. Yeah, it does not feel good to buy back as a mid in that situation, I gotta say. I think Karsten's doing a really good job just trying to... I mean, on the Night Stalker, they're playing around this vision really well. They've got the team fight for the Mars. I keep crapping on this Mars, and it keeps doing well. I think both mid players have a really good understanding of the hero and its timings. We're going to see if this scales, because I think last game was kind of a little bit of a fluke, as it looks like Eris has been picked off and left to the Wolves. But yeah, I think Manta just needs items on these other heroes, and they need them now. I think they really need the... Okay, they've got the Ags on the Conko. Just got that. They really need Pangolier Lincolns, potentially Pangolier BKB after, maybe a Blink. And more importantly... Yeah, Naga Heart. That's the big one. But the Revenant's Brooch, I'm telling you, it does a lot against these Naga illusions. So I think they get one shot, if I remember correctly, with how much damage Revenant's Brooch gives.
One opportunity.
He's everything you ever wanted. Mom spaghetti. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, support's getting caught out bot. Here comes a TP, though, from the Conka. Immediate Dark Ascension, plus the Arena. Lands on the 3. The Sunder going to keep the Murano alive for a little bit longer as in comes Key, and he's got no one to threaten him quite yet. Woos around, gets the Rupture back onto Key. Now the Pango's in a lot of trouble. Tries to get away with the Shield Crash Swashbuckle. Kimizu's around. Still, both supports are dead. Key goes into the dieback. The Blast-Off does not get stopped, and it is disaster for Manta Esports. They lose 4. Gohan dodges out of the way. They have to get the buyback from Conka because they cannot afford to lose Gohan here at all. End up taking down the Mars. Leon Baby comes back out of the Dark Ascension in his daytime. They have Wu. He doesn't have Rupture. This might actually turn around slightly. Tidebringer, good enough to get 1. Silence onto the enemy 1, and the gold goes even at the end of the fight, despite it starting 4-0 in favor of Karstens. Like, literally even. Look at the fight recap. 21-41 to 21-41. Did my co-caster disconnect?
Hello?
Yes, you have returned.
Okay, I might have just been talking away from the mic. We are in an unfamiliar setting at this point, and maybe Dodo is messing. Anyway, I mean, everyone's favorite build, Water Park coming in with the most damage. We saw that coming. Yeah, I don't know. They really overcommitted there on the side of Karstens. Really, I think, feeling themselves there. I was not really, I guess, expecting how aggressive Manta would be in this situation. I guess feeling they'd be a little demoralized after losing 4, but they're actually going to make the Roche play too. Manta, this is heads up. I am loving this. And they've got the hard timing. It is full stop send if you're Manta. Just go, go, go.
Yeah.
That's a sick Roche take.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
I also do want to highlight on the Naga Siren. She also picked up the shard, so I think she has an understanding that, you know, she's going to be the last one alive. She's got to bail her teammates out of these kind of really hard engagements for Karstens to make. She gives 40% healing over 8 seconds. It's kind of absurd if she can actually manage to pull it off here.
Dark Ascension. Got the Pango again. And also, speaking of greedy 4s, once again, Rodian, now higher net worth than the Pango, and almost the same as his Night Stalker.
Boots are bearing Blink Dagger, man. I'm telling you.
At least this time, it's not like the entire net worth leaves on him, but Gohan will feed away his Aegis.
And his life, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how. No one's nearby.
There's no way out of this unless he can get a song, but immediately stopped and song wasn't even up. Ruptured? Silenced, couldn't get the song off to get the TP out.
Trying to see, like, I guess she was farming top. They found the real one on Techies. and then they immediately make the smoke play after the Pango. They have the speed as well. Really heads up that that's game losing right there. Losing the Naga in a situation where you feel like the game's about to turn around. You can feel the momentum kind of swinging back your way. Naga's really tanky, and she just dies twice by herself. Yes, maybe her team could have been there, but ultimately, like, she's kind of on an island. And ugh. I think Karsten's very firmly back in the driver's seats here, as we're only 200 gold away from the marvelous Mars Revenant's Brooch. I'm honestly very excited. I think that's gonna kind of shred this Naga Siren.
Perhaps. Radiant goes down, though. But gets traded for Mirana.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So he gets plus 70 damage. That all gets converted to magical damage. And most importantly, he crits for 300% of that when he has it activated. So 300% of 240, just multiply it by 3. A lot. We'll see here.
Yep, here it is. He's able to get out, though. What?
I'm telling you.
What?
Absurd amounts of damage coming out here. Pango has like 80% magic resistance while he's rolling, by the way. So, sorry, 50% magic resistance while he's rolling. 50 on top of 25. So 80% magic resistance. I was right the first time while he's rolling. And these illusions, they almost get one shot, like I'm predicting. I'm telling you.
Dire are scanning.
See, I didn't realize God's Rebuke counted as an auto for the purposes of Revenant's Brooch.
Oh yeah, they changed that too. It doesn't even give, so all auto attacks drain mana on Revenant's Brooch, but all abilities for that auto attack don't drain it now, as of 7.35C. So it's just a free like bajillion damage boost for the Revenant's Brooch when he Ws. It's pretty sick.
That is pretty disgusting. Well, they have heart completed on the Naga, but she's going Butterfly, so hasn't quite figured out this Revenant's Brooch thing yet. For the Eternal Shroud, but I don't even know what you're going to do with that. They're going to try to go for this fight anyway. They have all their ults up except for Rolling Thunder, which is up in 10 seconds. Going for the Swashbuckle on Rodian. Smoke on smoke action. In comes Leon Baby. Pops the Dark Ascension. Moves his way on to Key, who's got the Lincolns popped. Gets up onto the high ground, but Leon Baby continues to move on him, and the song hits nobody. 2 kills going over to Karstens thus far. It should end up being nearly a wipe. Kimizu going to try to BKB TP out. Gohan was able to song TP away, so...
So the hard part about these fights for Manta is that I really like the Naga's plan in theory. As, oh, Murata.
Liam, baby. I mean, this one's actually might be just a dead Night Stalker, but Maid's here. Gets the BKB, blast off as well on the Gohan. In comes the Rupture.
Damage. So, in case you think Maid's trolling, no, he's not. This is legitimately the next step once you get this Revenant's Brooch.
Divine? Oh no.
Yes.
Maid.
This is
Blink, spear up against the wall, but Wu in a lot of trouble. Has to Manta dodge out of the way, but the meta autos do quite a bit. And Key's here. They get the flaming lasso, but he's actually taking a lot of damage under tower, especially with this rolling boulder coming back out. Swashbuckle. He rolls and he looks like a rock. Give me a break. Oh.
I do want to talk a little bit about these team fights because, in theory, I like the Naga's game plan. Like, yes, we saw it a little bit there. Like, the Go is really good from Karstens, and Naga like realizes like I have to song, I have to bail them out. But they have BKBs already on the side of Karstens from this water perk build. Like, you want to build BKBs against this, so all these people that are BKB'd are still wailing onto your Pango, wailing onto your Bloodseeker. Or sorry, wailing onto your Pango, wailing onto your Terrorblade. Like, you're not really like saving who you think you're saving necessarily, because they just have the overwhelming damage from this Revenant's Brooch, soon to be Divine Rapier Mars. I'm so hyped. I'm actually so excited.
Oh man. Nah, he swapped. He's going Satanic.
Oh, so boring. Come on, man. It crits too. That's what I was saying. So the damage is magic resistance now instead of the armor. You just need to break, I think it's like 10 armor, and then the Revenant's Brooch is just straight better all the time. I'll take the Octarine. Octarine's like a cute little middle ground, but I do want to see Divine at some point.
Yeah, but the problem is if you feed the Divine over to a Naga, that's
I mean, she makes illusions. Like illusions aren't good with divine. Like feed it to Pango. Who cares? Like Kunkka. That's probably the disaster case. Don't give it to Kunkka. That one I'll argue.
He's got Ags, BKB, going Refresher. Not even going the Bloodstone this game. Feels bad. Feels bad, man. No Bloodstone for your Kunkka.
Yeah, it's like really good in theory, and then like it's really bad at the same time. You know what I mean? Like the AoE is really sick, but you just don't want like anything else that it gives you. But the AoE feels really good. I think a Refresher makes a lot of sense here because you kind of just need to match their team fight. I think you have to do something about this Night Stalker though. Him giving full perfect vision for the Bloodseeker to run in, for the Mars to pick as and choose his initiations, like for the techies even to jump in and the Barrier to lasso, like. This man is providing too much. You really have to just catch Leon, baby. He's not super farmed. He's not super tanky either. Night Stalkers don't really get very tanky. Like,
yeah,
you just can't let him have.
He's going a Nullifier next in the Overwhelming Blink.
Okay, what is he nullifying here? The Force Staff, the pot for the Pango, but he already had it. I'm not quite sure why he. I mean, Terrorblade. Okay, he wants to kill Terrorblade in the fights because of the Ghost Scepter and Force Staff. Okay, all right, I'm on board. Give the gem over back to Rodion as well. Sorry, Rodion as well.
Dark Ascension popped. Jotun's moonlighted. So they have a gem. And Erisk dies to the Mars. Here comes the song, though. In comes Key. They might be able to actually turn this around. Potentially, no, they TP out.
I mean, he was looking for it. Going Refresher next on the Mars. I feel like that's the next natural progression after Octarine. Yeah, I think at this point, I mean, if you're Karsten's, like, you don't have the best tower damage. I feel I say that Mars has 250 damage, so maybe he just smacks it.
Not on the Mars. Get the Orchid as well. And comes Key. Draining him of his mana pretty effectively, but Wu's already here with the Rupture. They've got Maid down. Gohan running away, but he's Ruptured. The Water Puck basically does nothing. He's trying to Manta to dodge out of the way. Still caught with the Flaming Lasso, but down goes Wu. Rodion's here a little bit late, as is 9-Shot. Rodion goes down. 9-Shot, the blast off did absolutely nothing. And holy crap, the game's back to even. What? What?
And you know who wasn't there? The kind of linchpin to these fights? The Night Stalker. So if they can get another fight where Night Stalker doesn't give them vision, where it's kind of scattered. I mean, they didn't get Arena down on the Mars. They got a Rupture, but it wasn't onto the Pango to them, so the Naga not gonna really care.
And Aegis is available too. One fight without Night Stalker. We have to play Guess the Game, and after that, that has to happen.
We're playing it after the Aegis though, because the Aegis is definitely gonna skew this quite a bit the other way. Yeah, I mean, again, really good call onto the Aegis as well. It's gonna have the banner too, which if y'all have seen Reddit, Sunsfan is not happy with how teams are using this. I think this item is like very complex, mind you. Like, there's a lot of ways you can use it. It's not really clear how you use it. It's global too, so you can kind of just do whatever you want with it. So a lot of almost infinite options. I think I would just put it pressure bot, and then get the other tier 2s. But I mean, there is potentially something better.
Dark Ascension. They don't have vision for Jodan. Oh no.
He just runs.
Okay, Guess the Game.
All right, it's 65-35 Manta.
76-24 Manta.
God, what Gavin? It's 1K. Chill out. There's a Naga on the other team. It's not that good. Oh man, that's Dark Ascension pop though. I will say, like, this is your time if you're Manta. Like, this is the linchpin of the team fights, giving them all that vision. Like, you have the Torrent Storm and everything. You have the Bloodseeker top potentially.
Oh no, Wu. Cop of the Root doesn't have his Dispel up. Actually does have it, but even then, still just has to run away. In comes the Rolling Thunder. And he already
Key's got the right idea. You gotta dive this guy.
Key's just gonna go for the Swashbuckle. There it is.
Yeah, that's correct. 100%. Like, I mean, shoot, at this point, just go high ground. Like they don't have Dark Ascension. They have Arena. You're not really scared of Arena on any of your heroes. This Mars, he's back to Divine Rapier. I think he realizes like we kind of need damage, boys. I genuinely think he should have got it because I think they could have closed this game out with that. But either way, high ground we go.
9 shot. I mean, they clear the illusions pretty effectively between the blast off and the God's Rebuke, but 9 shot goes down. They find the TB. They find a very nice flaming lasso, and the buybacks keep coming in from the supports. In comes Key though. Swashbuckle on Erodian. And Gohan's just gonna song. Are they going to song TP out or song for the re-engage? They're going for the re-engage.
Oh
in
my
comes the
God.
arrow. In comes the Pango. Down goes 9 shot. And the Night Stalker's back up, but does not have Dark Ascension. The Bloodseeker is only up in 12 seconds. Oh my God. Manta, they win one fight and turn that into a massive lead.
Oh, it was such a
largest
disaster.
we've seen of the game.
Again, you never want to blame one person. That Leon baby Dark Ascension, it very well could have cost them. Because again, they just feel so confident without that ulti. They say, all right, we can do all this.
Refresher. Oh boy, that's another boat on a Leon baby. He's got the Dark Ascension up, but I won't be able to use it. Double
Instant
boat
buyback.
And I should say boat storm. Ghost Ship Fleet, that's what it's called. Boat Fleet, that's what a group of boats is. It's a fleet of boats. I'm smart. Look,
I think
Torrent Storm,
a
Ghost
storm.
Ship Storm, it's the same thing, right?
I kind of like Ghost Ship Storm. It has a good ring to it. Yeah, what do you do? I mean, you have to force buybacks here, but then Mars doesn't have his Divine Rapier. Again, this is unironic. You see Leon baby on the side really trying to just get the Dark Ascension blink in, but I think these heroes are too tanky at this point. You've got to contend with the Torrent Storm. Has the Bloodstone, by the way, so he has the AoE that he wants, and he throws torrents every 4 seconds or 6 seconds. It's disgusting how much control he has when you don't have BKB up.
And Gohan's just solo pushing this with Aegis. Meanwhile, bot side. Oh. Here comes
Lasso.
the flaming lasso. Dark Ascension getting popped. They should be able to get the first life off of... No, the Sunder!
The Sunder!
And here comes Keen diving all the way onto the back line of the Ghost Ship Fleet, continually stunning up Wu. He's trying to survive with the BKB. One more auto from anyone will do it. The buyback comes in for the TB right now. The Mars goes down. He has buyback. Doesn't have Arena, though. Kimizu just going to defend the high ground. Key back up here on Erodian. Barely able to survive through it. Leon
diving fountain.
blinks in. They do cap the Marana, though. Buyback from the Mars, but a 4-man torrent. And Gohan goes ahead and pops the song. And they start retreating. No, they turn back around on the Mage just to lead them. 9 shot, no chance. He missed his 1 shot, won't be able to get the other 8. GG's called, and Manta move on to the finals.
NPC underscore Dota underscore bad guys underscore Tower 4 bot just high five. My God, dude. You just, one little miscommunication, one little miscue. Manta gets the Aegis timing again. And just, it was incredible. There's no other words for that. Just unparalleled momentum going into the finals. Well done. Hats off to Manta. Holy shit.
That was really well played towards the end for Manta Esports. A grasping victory from the jaws of defeat, it almost felt like. And with that, that's all the time for Angry Sun today. I'm going to go ahead and cast Grand Finals, maybe with Mantis. We'll see about that, if they're up to the task and if their computer will hold out because they're on vacation. But Manta Esports will be facing up against D-Roar in the Grand Finals. It's a matchup we've seen a couple times throughout TDL, and we're going to see it once again after this break and when we start for Grand Finals. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back after this. back, everybody. Unfortunately, I do not have a co-caster, but that is fine, as is traditional for me whenever I solo cast. I will not be casting through draft, but you guys can watch. When draft has finished, then I will make my presence known and we will play some Dota. So we will see you after this.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds Dire remaining. Team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Bang.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Quick.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Points away.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Invoker.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Slog.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Pudge.
Choose your hero.
Well, Jenkins would be very happy to see a Pudge in the game. I am less convinced. Pudge position 3 for Manta Esports. And it's a Marcy 5, Lion 4, based on who's playing what. I typically prefer to see Marcy 3, or not Marcy 3, Marcy 4, excuse me, and the Lion 5, but we'll see how it works out. I think this is actually a pretty decent core Pudge game, so I'm interested to see how it will do. Meanwhile, D-Roar, okay, I had their positions incorrect. So, Danger is on the Invoker, and then Slark is Franz. So, Invoker mid, Slark 1, Doom 3, and then Rubik and Bane elsewhere. Invoker for Danger. You know, Invoker is like one of those heroes that I always love to cast in Dota because he can be so explosive sometimes, but is it the best Invoker game? Time will tell. You're up against the Pangolier. What I do know is that this is a pretty nice Rubik game. Got some stuff to steal in the way of basically everything from Pudge and basically everything from Pango. Not amazing, not a bunch of huge teamfight abilities, but still pretty alright. Both teams smoke out of base. Eris starts it with a 2-man Earth Spike. In comes the hook. Don't call me God. Having to start the burst damage, but Eris goes down. France gets the first blood there. Jonan, the next one to fall. They are going to be able to trade back 2 cores for 2 supports, though. And Red Moon, even with the Fade Bolt, goes down as well. It's a very explosive start to the game. 3 kills to 2. Even with the first blood going over to D-Roar, the gold does favor on to Manta.
The battle begins.
Yep, don't call me God. Starting with a Scorched Earth. I didn't mean to say burst damage there, but it is Doom position 3 in the fashion of typical Doom right now, it is totally fine to not start Q because, actually, you still prefer to start Q, but it's fine. You're not going the Midas build anyway. Going for a lot of these like utility items. As for Doom, he has like one good Doom target in the Pango. I guess maybe Pudge too, but not sure. Like they first picked the Doom, and it doesn't really seem like. It seems like Manta was able to draft around it pretty effectively. So I don't know. I've seen Dooms in bad Doom games carry. I've seen Dooms in good Doom games do absolutely terribly. The hero I think is quite volatile, so we'll see how it goes. Mid lane, Pango versus Invoker. Pretty common mid lane matchup a little while ago. Key getting a kill into excess gives him a very early bottle up against Danger, who doesn't need one, so feels less bad about it. Either way. Dispose back on Red Moon. Getting him out with a Mana Snake. BCMG. Burning through this Mana Shield pretty effectively. Just using the Scorched Earth, which is what you do into the Medusa Elena's Doom. That said, Gohan, once he's got a second point of the Mystic Snake, does make things a little bit easier, and Red Moon taking down pretty low. He's able to stick back up, gets the telekinesis on a Jonan. Fade Bolt stays alright. And on bot side, Kimizu on a Matrix. He got that hook, has the auto attacks, and should be able to take down Franz if he didn't have a stick. I realize there are two characters in this game with a whistle. One is Marcy, obviously, and the other one is Slark with his dive whistle. That's a... Also, Quaswex Invoker. I've been seeing a lot of Quas Exhort recently, so Quaswex is an interesting change of pace, but I do quite like it this game. Helps you rotate into some of these side lanes, and helps you match the Pango rotations. Yeah, Gohan just taking a lot of... Gohan and Jojen just taking a lot of damage from the Scorched Earth, so it was a smart start and a smart max, don't call me God. Now he has 2 points on the Mystic Snake, and that means he should be okay if he gets that out for a little bit, but they're still hunting with a Scorched Earth. Bring him back around. It's got no health to go with that mana. He's got barely any mana at the moment. Jojen might end up sacrificing himself. Nope, the Fate Bolt means that it was in vain. Kimizu finds Fran's bot, though, and should find Matrix as well, so trade of safe lanes. Double kill for Kimizu. Pudge getting ahead versus Doom getting ahead. I feel like the Pudge is the more impactful one in that regard. And if we take a look at net worth, the Pudge is higher net worth than the Doom right now, but once again, Doom doesn't have super inflated gold. The Medusa, though, still doing quite a bit better than the enemy one in the Slark. I think he's pulling out a decent CS lead for himself in the mid lane, even versus the Quaswex. Which, under normal circumstances, is the stronger laner of Invokers, but he's now got the urn coming out. Matrix has raindrops. A little bit of respect for the Pudge. Red Moon getting chased by two supports. We're getting Mystic Snaked. Not gonna go for it. Said Justin and Eris just gonna go for Vision. Danger Ghost Walks. He's very low. Eris is still here. Once the Ghost walks in, does it play around the Earth Spike? Might be good. Although Danger does have a Healing Lotus. Here comes the Swashbuckle on Danger. Earth Spike on to Red Moon. Getting the Hex back around. Continuing in. The rebound actually stopping the Tornado, and now the TP's coming in from Don't Call Me God. They get the Dispose back under tower, but Jotun takes a lot of tower damage. Swashbuckle out of the way from Key. Red Moon continuing to auto. 3-man Earth Spike from Eris. Might be enough to stop the fight from happening in its tracks, but Key, he wants more. Shield crashes forward. In comes the Swashbuckle, able to get the kill under the support as Kimizu finds Franz all alone bot side. And now Rolling Thunder gets level 6 off that. And the Bane trying to rotate ends up losing his life and his ones. Double kill for Key. 9 kills to 4 for Manta. It's a good start for them after what was a shaky start topside. And I mean, Gohan just cannot deal with this Doom at all. Key. Tornado. Cold snapped. No EMP follow-up from Danger, though, as he doesn't have a whole lot of mana.
Amazing what you found lying around. Precious bounty.
Dire are scanning.
Excuse me.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's Spike on a Slark bot. Both supports are here from the other team, but it is actually 2 cores and 2 supports from D-Roar. Nightmare on Eris stops the play in its tracks as the Slark TP's back to its T2. Are able to still get Kimizu's ulti out on the Matrix.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Good dismember. We got some kills. Smoke out from Eris and Key. Maybe I'll actually get Red Moon here as well. Manta's playing really high tempo right now. It's just working pretty well for them. Danger picks up an Invis rune. Key shows himself off the smoke.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Don't call me God, push him to the high, or the T1 top side. TP's coming in from the Lion. Don't call me God does have the eponymous ability now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Making the dive on a Gohan. Fade bolt in. 2 supports and a Doom. In comes the Earth Spike. Nightmare lands though. But Bapango's here. Key making his presence known with the Rolling Thunder. Don't call me God. Playing through the trees. Key continuing to go through with the telekinesis. Gets met by an Earth Spike, and a Swashbuckle from Key makes him dominating. And meanwhile, Slark dies bot. I feel like meanwhile Slark dies bot is the name of this early game.
Precious bounty.
Still Manta. It's not pretty good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Sorry. Keep having to answer DMs. Find the Medusa top. Kimizu TPing back in. They got the hook on a Don't Call Me God, and they got the Doom onto the right target, that being the regen boy himself. But unfortunately for him, Key's here with an absolutely massive Rolling Thunder. Gets the shield crash back around. They are finally able to kill the Pudge, but they will lose 4 members of their team for it. Matrix goes down, danger, getting the Tornado EMP in, but in comes the Earth Spike into the Hex.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sorry about that. I see the comment about turning up the game. I've turned it up a little bit. It's just I don't want it to go too loud.
Dire's top tower has been denied. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Matrix. Kicking a Nightmare down. And I'm stunning up the Marcy. She's gonna go down here with pretty low mana, but in comes Key. This looks Snake doing a lot. Telekinesis stopping the Rolling Thunder. The Lion gets around to the Finger of Death. Key with the shield crash kills the other support.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's
And the
middle
tower goes
has
down.
fallen.
Money changes hands.
Smoke out Manta. No, Don't Call Me God. Doesn't have Doom up for another second, and they know it. Now he has the Doom back up, but he will be stunned to oblivion and goes down. Monster kill for him. And comes the Tornado EMP off the TP in from the enemy mid laner, and Francis here. They've got the Fiend's Grip from Matrix as well. It's being 2 kills going over D-Roar for their 3.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kimizu spies danger, doesn't spy Red Moon. Instead, he gets spotted on Vision. In comes the Tornado on the Meatball, but Jotun's here with the rebounds, getting the Unleash back out. Nightmared up. In comes the hook. It misses, but the Deafening Blast is not good enough. In comes Don't Call Me God. Gets the Doom off onto the Pudge. But Key's here. Got a lot of damage. They're going to be able to trade the Invoker for at least a support, but no. Key goes down. And the Pudge ends up falling into the Doom. D-Roar turning back around. It was a rough start to the game. A very rough start to the game, in fact.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Gohan. Building in a Diffusal Blade. Alright, I haven't seen this on Medusa,
Middle tower
but
is under attack.
knowing how... And Disperser got nerfed, but knowing how good Disperser can be, can't say it's completely shocking. Diffuse is also good against a lot of their team. Doom currently sitting highest in net worth, but it is Doom, so it's expected. Next 3 are all Manta. They still have a 3k gold lead, but they did lose 2 fights in a row.
Dire are scanning.
Kimizu's got his Blink Dagger now, going into the Shivas. This Gohan has the completed Manta.
Radiant are are scanning.
Scan's going out. Key's got his completed defusal. Just had to sit for a bit. Going into the Aghanim Scepter, as is tradition for Pangolier. I mean, Doomy's got his Blink. He's got his Veil. Going BKB into Shivas. Again, pretty standard for Doom nowadays. That Veil of Discord changes into Shivas really was a boon to him. Still, smoke out from Manta. We'll be able to connect with a Rubik. That's not exactly the target they want, but
Are scanning.
no. Oh, and now they try scanning. Doom saw something up,
Dire's top
or smelt
tower
something
is
up,
under
and
attack.
ended up TPing back bot, so the smoke will fade for Manta.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And we have a bit of a lull. This is the first TDL, either Americas or C, that I've been able to cast start to finish. It's been a bit of an experience for me. I had a 9-hour day yesterday. Today, we started a bit late, so not really counting the first, like, half hour of this, but still, stream has been officially live for 4 hours 40 minutes. And we've got at least another hour and a half, if not 2.5 hours on the stream. Yesterday, the stream went so long, I ran into Facebook's stream limit of 8 hours. It'll cut off your stream then and save the VOD, so a couple minutes of start of the very last game, or the draft, and start of very last game of the day are missing from the Facebook VODs, but thus is life.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Also, Restream.io is very expensive for what it is. However, setting up your own server to do it, I would definitely do if I had a if I had enough upload speed. At home, I would definitely set up my own restreaming server at home. Getting a VPS to do it kind of works, but you kind of want a GPU server, and GPU servers are expensive. Because like a CPU one, I mean, CPU ones are also going to be expensive to be able to do the type of transcoding that you need, because, well, YouTube and Facebook don't really limit your bitrate. Twitch won't let you really do anything above 6,000-ish. And thus, if you are watching on Twitch, it is worth noting, I do have a YouTube version of the stream. The link tree is in the TDL Discord in announcements. And on that YouTube stream, instead of 6,000 kilobits per second, it's 14,000 kilobits per second. So higher quality stream, higher bitrate. Also just YouTube features, YouTube players. Twitch is the default, but like YouTube is by far the better streaming platform as far as like the actual viewer experience goes. It's just Twitch emotes and, you know, Twitch extensions for emotes are so ubiquitous that it's really difficult to move people from one to the other. But since people aren't required to just stream on Twitch anymore, if you're a partner, we're seeing a lot more people do streams on YouTube as well. Plus, auto-saving of the VODs is really nice. In comes the Doom. It lands onto the Medusa, but Key's made his way into the fight. Hook out of the way. Jotun should be able to survive, maybe, but the Spirit Vessel's taking him down. Down goes the Marcy. Key unable to make too much of a disruption happen, but the Doom has finally finished, and in comes Kimizu. Gets the Blink of the Dismember out, but a Nightmare saves Franz. Got a Fiend's Grip on Gohan, but he still survives through it. And I'm trying position 5s. And the T2 tower gets seeded over to Manta.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Moves being made towards the D-Roar Tormentor from Manta. Potentially. I think D-Roar might smell something's up here.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Gohan stacks for himself in the enemy triangle. Manta's got the vision for all this, so should be able to take this and those now least stacked ancients pretty effectively. As Eris mana batteries go on. That's a nice thing about playing Lion when you got a Medusa, or playing Medusa when you got a Lion, is that unlike Pugna, well, I guess Pugna can feed you mana too, but him feeding you mana is him feeding you health, so he's actually able to heal you. Bot side. Jotun. I don't engage the pawn. Has the shield available. Gohan's here with the ult though. Stone Gaze slowing down everybody in the tracks. In danger, spotted. Ends up pulling him out with the Sunstrike, though. Jotun goes down. Danger very low, though. Ends up falling as well. Don't Call Me God makes his way into the fight, but he ends up getting dismembered by the Pudge. Doesn't have the Doom up for another 8 seconds as he continues to move on to Gohan. Thus far, it's a support for a 2. Don't Call Me God blinks out of the way. Now tries to TP away. The Rubik is dead. Matrix dies as well. Ends up being 2 for 1 in favor of Manta.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That means Roshan's on the table for Manta. Playing very quick with the tempo this game. Jotun gets his way into the pit. Sunstrike spies out the opportunity, but still, they give it to Gohan. He has his Disperser completed now, by the way, and is going into Butterfly. Don't Call Me God, still working towards that Shiva's. You saw in the last fight, Ki had Aghanim Scepter, now going Lincolns, as you do up against Doom. I wouldn't be surprised if Kimizu also goes for that Lincolns at some point, after he's done with his Shivas.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This Marcy's slowly climbing up the net worth charts as well. Medusa farming while hitting tower. This is a peak Medusa gameplay right here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I'm gonna continue to push this now that they have Aegis. He's got Rolling Thunder too, so they're pretty unafraid.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they bait for the Bane and they find the fish. Bane buyback. Yes, Fiend's Grip up. What ability got stolen? Split shot on the Rubik. That's not the one you want. Does it snake in? And they got the hook onto the Doom. He's able to get the BKB out, though, and gets the Doom on to the Pudge. But Ki, that's his turn for go time as Jotun dives into the back line of the fight. Eris comes out with Finger of Death. They almost take out the Doom. They finally do. In comes the Sunstrike. Matrix falls to the Rolling Thunder as well. And the Medusa's popped her ulti. Double kill for Q as he takes down the Rubik, and the Rubik ends up buying back.
Radiant structures are fortified.
with being used. Red Moon stealing mana drain. It's actually very effective against Gohan. It goes back into the Aegis. They continue to push on this high ground. They've got 2 support buybacks, one of which ended up being a dieback. They kill a core. They might actually get the second support dieback as well. Key now on a mega kill streak. Sending 14 to an 8. And has the completed Lincolns too. Still, the Doom target that Doom's been going on has been the Pudge. Franz, though, very opportunistic onto Gohan. In comes the Deafening Blast. Pango swashbuckles forward, but Franz is able to get out just by the skin of his teeth as Don't Call Me God comes back into the fight. Eris pops his own mini spell invulnerability, but he still gets taken down pretty low by the Sunstrike as he drains everybody, and the rest of his team takes Don't Call Me God nearly to the brink. They find the Fiend's Grip on to Marcy, but Kimizu was able to stop that in his tracks with that hook, and Key comes up with the Rolling Thunder, ends up trading as support for the enemy position 1. Find Matrix as well, double kill off the shield crash, and all the meanwhile, Gohan's just been hitting tower. BKB popped once again by Don't Call Me God. Ends up getting the Stone Gaze out. In comes the Sunstrike, doesn't quite connect, and this is Manta's opportunity to back now. Got no mana. Stolen Swashbuckle from Red Moon, though. This is telekinesis as they had vision onto Key. Should go down to the Spirit Vessel.
Radiant are scanning.
Still, 9k net worth advantage for Manta. 90% total plus win prob. They kind of threw a little bit back in that push for the high ground. And Slark's got Diffusal. He's got Marriage Slayer. He's going BKB. Kind of really wants the full Disperser, though. As Manta takes Tormentor. Kimizu's Shard. Which is the healing people with Dismember. Very fun.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So, T3 and 1 set of racks down
Dire's middle
for
tower
D-Roar,
is under
but
attack.
they still got their other 2 T3s up.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Taking a T1 down mid. Smoke out Manta. Kenji didn't make moves bot, but D-Roar is on the other side of the map
Dire's
completely.
top tower is under attack. Dire's structures
Really, they
are
want D-Roar to
fortified.
engage on them. They have all their ults
Radiant's
available.
bottom barracks are under attack.
Both teams do.
Dire's top tower
Gohan's
is
got
under
his
attack.
butterfly coming on courier too.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
So they're just going to continue to push for these T3s. No, Gohan has the butterfly. Just brain sapped a little, but he'll be fine. As D-Roar, smoke out of base. Blanket from Don't Call Me God. He finds Eris. Gets hooked up by the Pudge. In comes the Dismember. Down goes the Doom. And he's not able to get his ability off, so he has to buy back. Franz gets caught going deep. They find the Fiend's Grip on to the Pangolier as Doom blinks once again back into the fight, but Gohan is doing so much damage right now to absolutely everybody. BKB pop from Don't Call Me God as Manta starts disengaging. Lots of ultimates used and 2 buybacks from D-Roar. Or 1 buyback from D-Roar, excuse me. When it's all said and done, D-Roar, they were to defend their T3 at the very least. But Gohan's about to get his mana back, and thanks to Eris. Smoke from Manta once again. If they find this Doom, it'll be huge.
Radiant are scared.
The smoke pops, they don't have the vision. Blinking from Key. Swashbuckle, stopping the tornado. Still, in comes the Earth Spike, and they get the pullback onto Danger. Nice hook. The Doom gets used onto the Pudge. Eris dodging away from the Sunstrike. France continues to move on top of him as Matrix goes down. They're able to trade the supports. France pops his BKB, goes into the Shadow Realm, but Key's around. In comes Joda, and he really wants to get on top of this Doom. Gets the rebound back as Rubik steals a rebound. Buyback from the Lion. Gohan now pushing up onto the high ground. There's nothing left in the tank from D-Roar whatsoever, and the ults are back on cooldown for Manta.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
EMP going out. In comes the hook. They got the dismember as well. There's no BKB remaining. Now comes the rebound from Rubik, but he's got himself in a sticky situation, and a follow-up dispose spells the end of the Doom. GG called, and Manta Esports take game number 1.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Honestly, pretty dominating from Manta. It wasn't the biggest schlacking we've seen today.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There were some points where they faltered. There were some points where D-Roar looked like they might have been able to come back into the game, especially earlier on. So, interested to see how D-Roar will adjust going into game number 2. But first, we're going to have to take a quick break. When we return, more D-Roar versus Manta Esports. back, everybody. Much like game number 1, since I am solo casting, I will be
Dire team
going ahead and just muting myself for draft. When I
Dire
return,
team back.
we will play some Dota. But until then, enjoy the draft, and I will see you right after this.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Bounty hunter.
Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Wind Ranger at your service.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Crystal Maiden.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Shadow Demon.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Puck.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Admiral Conker.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Ember Spirit.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Night Stealer.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero.
Welcome back. And, yeah, D-Roar. They picked Crystal Maiden. We saw this not go very well in the last series. They also have Shadow Demon, which is very good right now. Lifestealer to go with that Shadow Demon. And Ember Spirit as well. Meanwhile, Gohan on the Arc Warden 1, Kimizu once again on the Kunkka, which I'm still not convinced about, even though it won. Key's on the Puck, and it's an Eris Windranger 4 and a Bounty Hunter 5, so this is a very, very greedy team from Manta. We'll see if they're going to be able to make it stick, though, because D-Roar, they've still got that Doom, and they opted to take the Puck into the Doom, which is a bit of a question mark for me. But who am I to say if it will work or not?
I gambled. I danced. You lost.
I am unfamiliar.
Prepare for battle.
It's also Red Moon Crystal Maiden, so I think it might be Crystal Maiden 4.
All things.
So I mean, it's very like these are very greedy supports from Manta. And you know what we were saying, greedy supports can work out pretty well. We saw them work out pretty well last series.
30 seconds to battle.
Joseon
The battle begins.
gonna steal away a bounty. He gets it, but ends up being 2 for 2 regardless. Eris making his way down bot. So I think, I mean, so this is like roaming 5, right? Not something that I think a lot of people really see all that often. In one of the amateur leagues that I cast, AD2L, there was at one point a team where they instead of having a roaming 4 and a instead of having a roaming 4 and a 5 that kind of stuck with the 1 for a lot of time, they would pick like Earthshaker or Spirit Breaker 5, and then he would just like go off and roam randomly. Matrix taking a lot of damage. Able to get the disruption off though, but Jotun still moves in. Getting another slow. This kill should go over to Jotun if it's not denied.
First blood, bend and tag.
Red Moon going Crystal Nova at the start. Joshon taking a bit of damage, but keeps getting gold. Disruption should do him in here. As France finds Era spot. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, this Ember Spirit absolutely dunking on the puck in terms of just lats his Sanaya's. Key is not having a good time of it. What's better than one Arc Warden? 4 Arc Wardens. Maybe.
Radiant's courier has been
Eris
killed.
gets Red Moon bot. I'm just thinking like disruption of the Arc Warden once he has Tempest double. It's better than one Arc Warden. 2 Arc Wardens on 2 Arc Wardens, each slapping each other. Don't call me God. Moving in on to Jonan. Goes Invis to save the day.
Dire's structures
Yeah, Key's not having a great time. Sitting only about 4 CS down, actually. So, top to bottom, the CS difference isn't that large. But, I mean, this is double Flame Guard, double Slight. Key not having amazing time trading into that at the moment. Franz tries contesting a pull. Jodan finds Matrix topside. Gohan trying to get away. But even with the slows coming out, Scorched Earth does him in. How do you high-five a tower? This is like a thing. Is this like some sort of like weird bug where like if you set up to high-five and then you die, it just becomes high-fiving the tower or something? Yeah. Oh, the puck's 10 CS down-ish. Pause from Shadow Demon. Jotan roam spot, gets Franz. Got our next on a Red Moon. No follow-up Torrent, but I don't need it. Creep ends up getting the kill, so it's a share bounty between Kimuzu and Jodan. Johan's sitting level 4 right now. 2 levels until Tempest double, and he can do whatever he wants, really. Kimuzu in trouble, but excuse me for acting tired. Holy crap. Stun back onto Franz. He's continuing to move. Rodman with the Crystal Nova. Kimuzu doesn't land the Torrent though, and Jodan goes down. Thanks to a dust of appearance. Meanwhile, topside, Gohan in trouble. TP's coming in from the supports though. Eris is here. It's a nice shackle. Gohan should be able to get away from this, but he's got 4 stacks of Shadow Poison, so he'll go down regardless. And now Eris is all alone versus Don't Call Me God.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
You know, Kimizu getting chased bot. Here comes the rage from Franz, and
Dire's middle
Frostbite.
tower is under attack.
Don't Call Me God.
Radiant are
Shot
scanning.
by Joden. He is level 6 though, so Key's got to be careful if they move for him. It all moves made on each team's Wisdom Rune,
Dire are
and
scanning.
Red Moon's going to take this uncontested. And Joden pays the price for it too.
In service to the realm.
Dodo Plus favoring
Dire's
D-Roar at the
bottom
start of
tower
this,
is under attack.
as we take a look at the net worth for the first time this game. Top to bottom, difference is only about 600 gold, but it is all in that bottom lane. Puck's somehow ahead of the Ember Spirit. That was not something I was expecting, and Doom ahead of Arc Warden is something that you're expecting because it's Doom. CM, though, has no net worth whatsoever. How's she been stacking, though?
Radiant are scanning.
Doesn't really look like it. Gohan found danger, trying to get close. Using the Tempest double. Or maybe not Tempest double, maybe that was just one of his Qs, or E's.
Radiant's middle
Shadow
tower
Demon,
is under
kind of
attack.
disruption onto Gohan. In comes the silence from Ki. Eris with the power shot, picks up the kill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle
You know,
tower is
Franz and
under
Red
attack.
Moon. Looking for the dive on Akimizu. He does have the boat, but it's not good enough to get away from an enraged Lifestealer. Just gonna look for Red Moon though with the X boat. And Torrent, but the Infest comes in time to save the support.
A prize. Gather round. Here I am.
Joden. Making move spot, but meanwhile the Wind Ranger caught by the Doom mid. The Tempest double goes down. This Ember somehow not getting nearly as much net worth as he wants out of all this. Going for the Mage Slayer start off the Blightstone. You know, Gohan getting chased by Franz. No stuns to see. Red Moon TP's on a little bit late, so Gohan's able to TP away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
TP's coming in top. Don't Call Me God, a little bit extended. In comes the Dream Coil. Gets the full snap onto Don't Call Me God. The power shot does some damage. He continues to move. Jodan on a red moon. They got the shackle. Doesn't quite hit a tree, though, as Matrix comes back in with a disruption. Don't call me God. Now moving on to the bounty hunter. The power shots are here as Danger moves onto the back line. The BH is dead. In comes the Remnant. Slight chains out on Eris. He moves back in with a focus fire, though. It's enough to force Danger off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Play doesn't
attack.
work out quite as they wanted for Manta.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Meanwhile, bot side, Kimizu. Overextended, got. Shadow Poison will do him in if the Franz doesn't.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Should have done getting some extra gold on Matrix, but turn around by the disruption, goes invis.
Radiant's
Trying to
bottom
spy him
tower
out.
has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Miss him with the dust. Room calls back up from Key. I might try to make a move again, maybe onto Danger. Couple of supports in the area.
Here I am.
To grab an invis rune. Tempest doubles no myth. Gonna go ahead and push the tower.
Dire are scanning.
Invisibility.
Yeah, this game has been kind of at a lull state, to be honest. I finally make the move mid. We got the boat and the Lotus down. Shackle. Stopping Franz in his tracks, but Jodan in a bit of trouble. The X goes back onto the CM. He's here. The power shot does a bit of damage. Now focus firing onto Franz. In comes Don't Call Me God, though. He has the Doom up. Still with a mid and support dead. D-Roar. Nowhere really to run.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Those who are viewing from the Philippines, I always have to ask, I've always wanted to ask this question.
Radiant are
Why
scanning.
is it that Facebook Gaming is the preferred streaming platform for you guys? Is it just a, like, cultural thing, or is there, like, some sort of feature set that you guys prefer? Because, like, in North America, it's always Twitch, and, like, now people are moving on to YouTube. But I'm just really curious about that, because it always, when I started casting TDL, I always did it on just my Twitch, and then when I heard that, hey, look, most of the PH viewers, or Philippine viewers, view on Facebook, started doing the restream. And it's just something that I never really considered, you know? So, as I said, I'm just curious as to why it's the preferred streaming platform for you guys.
What is this? Again,
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Stacks have been made in the D-Roar jungle. Maybe to try to get the Ember back. They have been spotted out by Manta, and they do have a Kunkka, which can take the stacks. Fran's going Radiant. Red Moon continuing these stacks. I mean, are they just for the Radiance timing for the Lifestealer? Still, this could get very dangerous real quick. Because the stacks have 100% been spotted. That can easily go on to one of many people from Manta. They probably don't want it on Kunkka, or Manta doesn't want it on Kunkka, but he is
a prize.
the person who takes stacks the best on their team. Don't Call Me God, going a little bit more traditional, has the Midas after the Veil. Or has the Midas in addition to the Veil. Hadn't really commented on that yet, but it is there. Still, Manta Esports quietly 5k in the lead. 10 kills to 12. You wouldn't really think it. But a lot of this comes down to the fact that the Ember Spirit, Danger, just has not had a great game. Shackle misses the trees for the forest, unfortunately. As Jotun's in trouble. Gets dispelled off. In comes the Dream Coil. The boat's here as well. The disruption stops the Dream Coil in its tracks, but Danger is still pretty low as this Matrix to Franz. Now back on Akimizu. Pops the Blade Mail. In comes Don't Call Me God. Should be able to get a Doom off if he wants to, but decides against it. As Franz picks up the kill onto the Kunkka. Meanwhile, Gohan continues to farm towards his Mjolnir. Oh my god. Blinks up onto the high grounds. They find Key. He's able to get away. As the Tempest Double is here to do a bit of damage. Didn't commit the Doom. And so Key gets out. Jotun caught out once again. Don't Call Me God, pretty happy with that. And he's got the Blink Dagger now, going BKB. Pretty traditional Doom, all things are considered. And having a much better game this game than he had last game. Fran's about 500 gold away from the water park. Don't Call Me God. Blink Doom on a puck. Trying to pig pull to safety, but there is no safety for the puck in Danger. Grabs the kill. $150 gold away from the water park. Sorry, 300 gold away from the water park. I didn't realize that he was missing point booster. Danger has the completed Mage Slayer, going BKB. Then Maelstrom Octarine. Well, Don't Call Me God, going for the ever-important Shiva's Guard. And Eris trying to find a Blink Dagger. As Jotun's going for what appears to be a silence stick. Orchid otherwise. Great Shackle though. Landing the follow-up Dream Coil, they go. In comes the boat. Crystal Maiden's here with the Freezing Field. They got the Infest back into the disruption, and France comes back with the bomb. They're able to save the Ember Spirit, but the CM's gone down for it. And now they've got a Shackle on a Franz. He doesn't have Infest to get away from this. And now Key moves up onto the high ground to pick up that kill. Torrent lands on a Danger. He does have a Remnant to get out. Don't Call Me God looking for an end to this fight. Doesn't have the ult up, and in fact gets shackled. And then comes the disruption once again. Jodon moving in. They've got the Torrent down on to the Doom. He falls. Power shot plus the Shackle. Good enough to secure the kill for Key. And now Manta goes and takes the tower.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
So the fight started out really messy for Manta, but they ended up ahead. And it's all said and done. Playing down their bounty hunter for most of it. Arc Warden building in towards Hurricane Pike next. As Key goes Lincoln's. To be expected for Puck into Doom. As the Witchblade has the blink.
Tower is under attack.
Go Lincoln's a lot of games on the Puck, but especially into Doom. Jotun and Eris.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
See,
attack.
Franz don't have any cores with them to converge on it. This Puck solo pushes the bot lane. Smoke out from D-Roar. They're gonna try to find this Puck. They have Doom up. But they overshoot their mark, actually.
Interesting.
Overshoot their mark on Key, and Jotun finds Franz.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Or Franz finds Jotun, excuse me. Key blinks up to the high ground as the teleport is taken. Smoke out from Manta.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
XTP
Welcome back.
for Gohan. Completes his Dragonlance. And Manta
Radiant's
moves
bottom
towards
tower
Roche.
is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke from D-Roar. We're gonna spy this Roche take. The question is if they can get the fight. They do have Doom up if they can make it on to
Radiant
the Puck,
scanning.
who I think is gonna be the one taking this Aegis, actually.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
Speeding up the Sparth Wraiths effectively. To dissuade any sort of play. Danger is tracked. Manta now up 8k. Placing a mid. Got the Dream Coil on it too. Let's see if they can find the Doom. They find him with the Silence. In comes the boat. The Infest Bomb just a little bit late though. And the Torrent Storm comes down. 3 kills going over to Manta. Now the Blink follow-up from Key. Franz has nowhere to run. But they'll take the Shadow Demon first. Matrix goes down. Key with the double. It was a great Dream Coil to start, and they find the boat combo, pulling back the Doom, who was silenced
Radiant's middle
by...
tower is under attack.
Well, even silenced him. Who had the silence? Oh, he's just silenced by Puck. So he couldn't get his ability off.
Middle tower
And he didn't go BKB this game because he went for this, this Shiva's Guard before.
is under attack.
So he had no way to dispel, and he had no way to get the Doom off.
Radiant's bottom
He just
tower
chain
has
CC
fallen.
to death. And Key can continue to play aggressively. He's got Dream Coil for 9 seconds. Still has Aegis up. Fran's about to get a greater healing Lotus. Jodan spies him out though. Gohan's in the area. Here comes the silence. Oh, it was Jodan. He had an Orchid. So it wasn't the Puck silence, it was Jodan. Gets the Infest out. Try to stay alive. 4 staff in from Gohan. In comes Key. The BKB's been used, but still damage goes through it because it's not full-on spell immunity anymore. Just debuff immunity.
Radiant's courier has been Radiant's top tower.
Manta's feeling very strong right now. 93% win prob. Key goes for a blind dream coil. Doesn't quite work, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'll be fine with that now. Change on the Wind Ranger. 1 second Shadow Poison. Getting a bit of damage from a freezing or from a Crystal Nova. In comes Key though. Gets the silence back onto Danger. Danger BKBing those. Jotun's here. In comes the Lincoln's pop. In comes the Doom, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be nearly enough in the fight. Don't Call Me God trying to run for his life right now as the CM goes down. He ends up falling to the Arc Ward and just barely staying alive through the use of the disruption, but he goes and dies to the puck right at the end of it. The buybacks immediately getting used by both supports as Franz is on the run. The X stopped by the Infest. Key blinking once again onto the high ground.
Tower is under attack.
3 kills to 1, 2 buybacks used. Eris should survive even through the 1 point of Shadow Poison.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As Gohan himself come for a Bloodthorn, has the
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
stick the Orchid on his courier.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Tempest Double doing Tempest Double things. It was a good Aegis use by Manta. Now Bloodthorn completed on Gohan. Without a BKB on Doom, I don't know what they're going to do. Key ends up picking up the Ember Spirit. Franz continues to move in onto Key with the BKB. Puck gets out of the way. Don't Call Me God into the fight. The Crystal Nova, the Freezing Field, I should say, is actually massive. Ends up going 2 cores for a core and a support. Red Moon picking up a gem for it. But the Doom caught up by 3 members, or 2 members and a Tempest Double. Gets infested. The Infest Bomb goes off. He kills the support. Now has to move on to the high ground, but Eris blinks up. Finds the power shot. Triple kill for Franz as he takes down the Wind Ranger, but Gohan gets his own triple kill and cleans up the fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Poor stuff from Gohan. I mean, this is really greedy going for Danger like this. He's trying to keep Danger close. Buyback from Don't Call Me God. He's trying to get the TP out. Gets the Doom onto Gohan. This could be a massive kill, and it should be a kill. Franz with the kill credit. That is a 2,200 gold kill. Nearly 2,300.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Matrix. Tracked up. Easy kill.
Radiant's courier has
And he
been
loses the
killed.
courier, too.
To see my enemies grow rich.
Earliest possible Roshan spawn, 32 seconds. Kimizu going heart refresher this game. Wants to tank up a little bit. He's got his completed Parasma. Plus a gem. Don't call me God. Smoked up with an infest bomb lying in wait.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh my god, blink for blink on Eris. In comes the infest spawn. Gohan is here though. As Franz continues to move, in comes Joden. They've got the silence back onto the Doom. He pops the BKB just in the nick of time as danger comes in. The force step back onto the high ground. Goes the Arc Warden as he ends up falling. The Torrent Storm's here, but the BKBs have already been popped. They should find the Doom with a focus fire. It ends up being 3 for 1 now as both supports had fallen in the middle of that fight. Kunkka goes down just to the Radiance now, but it's Ki, Joden, and Eris taking down one more core. And Franz will not have long to live either. Tries to rage TP away.
Radiant's top tower
Does
is
get
under
away.
attack.
Rush is up in 47 seconds, so they can't take it quite yet, but it will be soon. Gem on the ground. Eris picks that up. So now double gems.
Silence.
Amplify damage room. Spotted. Looks like Ag's gonna be on courier for Ki.
A prize. Here I am.
And Roche has spawned.
Double damage.
Radiant are scanning.
This Aegis, we'll see what goes on. I still think it probably goes on Ki, but it looks like they're giving it over to Gohan. Nope, still goes on Ki. Okay. Spoke too early.
Behold, silence.
Gohan is Nemesis Curse. It's such a weird item. Turns you to glass and turns your enemies to glassier glass. Is there such thing as glassier glass? Discuss. Well, cause like you've got like your normal glass, you've got quartz glass, you got borosilicate glass. I watch chemistry channels on YouTube. I know what that is. Ki, Lincoln's gets popped. It's out of the way. Franz onto Joden. Eris is around. He's disengaging with the Gale
Radiant's
Force.
middle tower is under attack.
Manta, for all that they've done this game, 23k up at 35 minutes. Still haven't broken high ground. Ki moves up. X'd though, so completely safe in doing so, even if they get doomed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures.
And don't call me
are
God.
fortified.
Looking for the wraparound Infest Bomb. Finds Ki with it. Gets silenced up. The Infest Bomb goes up and the puck gets out. They lose the Bounty Hunter for it though. As Franz dives in the back line, looking his way onto Gohan. In comes Eris the focus fire. Down goes the Doom. Or the Doom goes down, I should say. And kills the Arc Warden. 3 kills now going over to D-Roars. They end up losing their Doom for it. Key, very low, has the Aegis still. This Kimizu is able to TP away. So it goes 3 for 1 in favor of D-Roar. Key doesn't even lose the Aegis, but still is almost a 4K net worth swing in favor of D-Roar.
Illusion.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Refresher coming next for Kimizu. For the double water park. Key links up. John with the silence. Now has to run away as the support had died. Key in trouble. Is Puck, does have Blink. Instead going straight for danger. And then getting back out with the Illusory Orb, but that is an Aegis fed over.
Radiant's middle tower is
Go on, pushing the high ground with the Tempest double. And this is just such a difficult high ground to push, but they get the Dream Coil out. Still 4 stop away is Franz. They're taking him down pretty low as the water park moves in. Torrent Storm disrupting the fight for just a little bit longer. Kimizu has the refresher now. Key blinking back in. Trying to get on the Crystal Main, but the disruption saves her. Don't call me God. Tracked by Jodan. They know he's got an Infest Bomb on top of him, but he has no teammates. Getting the X back into the Torrent. In comes the rest of the abilities. Infest Bomb, swing and a miss, hits nothing as Danger finds his way onto Kimizu. Eris running away from Franz, and the Doom goes on to the Kunkka. Eris has gone down. Danger's pretty far forward. The Tempest double ends up getting the kill onto the Shadow Demon, and now they've got a Silence on top of the Ember Spirit as well. He goes down pretty low. One more auto attack does him in. Key gets the kill. Don't Call Me God running away now with the rest of his team. The buybacks come in from 2 supports.
Dire's bottom
Remember, the CM invisibility isn't invincibility when you're up against a track. Still, Shadow Demon trying to get the disruption out to save her. Key ends up getting a double kill for it.
In my presence.
Manta might finally be able to push high ground with it, but
Some sort.
they still have all their ultimates available except for Tempest double. Meanwhile, Doom is down for another 70 seconds. Even with an Infest Bomb, you still need to get the Doom off. He's going to try to make it happen, though. Moves in onto Key. He's able to get away with the Raining Rift, though, as the Tempest double. No, that's the real one goes down. The ship comes in. Franz pops BKB. The buybacks are rolling in from D-Roar, but they lose their Crystal Maiden immediately as the Tempest double continues to pump damage down into the rest of D-Roar without the main hero alive. Triple kill for Gohan purely on the Tempest double. GG called. And Manta Esports are your TDL Asia 15 champions.
I'll return the favor.
Well played by Manta. Had a couple 3-game series throughout the tournament, but they close it out with a 2-0 over D-Roar. And that is all I have to say on the subject. Tune in 2 weeks from now. We're going to have more TDL Asia action. Next week, TDL Americas returns, but also, me personally, I'm going to be helping out Grin Esports with their team fight against cancer charity stream. If you are available at that time, I will be casting starting around 9 Eastern Standard Time, but you might want to show up a little bit earlier because we have some very special guests on that stream, and you should definitely check it out. Donations towards the stream not only go towards cancer research, but they also will change how the game is played. There are different modifiers and stuff like that. It's kind of like what Midas Mode was, kind of, but instead of using fake money, it's real donations going towards cancer research that end up changing how the game is played. You won't want to miss that, but until then, my name's been Finnick, and I will see you around.